Our family has ruled this land for generations while protecting the desert emerald. A massive calamity was approaching, which threatened the peace and prosperity of our kingdom. I desperately tried to gain power for my people. It was on that night I saw a beam of light. I thought to myself that this was our chance.
Actually, it was my chance, and I made sure to grab hold of it. Our pharaoh had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a message: I will bring back hope. The whole kingdom was met with despair. Hope? Hope can be achieved only by our own hands. It was me. I took our people out of this disaster and restored our kingdom's wealth. I am the rightful ruler of this land. The best pharaoh is a dead pharaoh. He should just quietly be revered from the shrine. Return? I will not sit idly by. I won't have it. I won't let anyone take what I've earned away from me. I'll oppose them with all my might, no matter who it is.
एमो खत्म हो गया। अब दिखाते हैं धमाकेदार एंट्री। सॉरी।
मुझे चारों तरफ से घेरा हुआ है। But you know what? I got this.
ऐसे भी क्या जल्दी है? अभी तो गेम शुरू हुई है। यस! क्या बात है?
शुरू तुमने किया था, खत्म मैं करूंगी।
एक जज्बा, एक टीम, सबकी जीत। ढूंढे अपने अंदर छुपे हीरो को। गली स्क्वाड के साथ बी द हीरो।
मारखौर कौम पर गैर मुल्की यलगार की पेशन गोई हो गई। इसलिए छोटा मारखौर अपने बचपन से ही बहुत मेहनत से तरबियत करता है। ताहम वो तंज और तंज का शिकार है। जब तक कि आफत पेशन गोई के मुताबिक ना आ जाए, वो एक नौजवान लीडर बनता है और लड़ने की हर मुमकिन कोशिश करता है। आखिरकार वो दुश्मनों को शिकस्त देता है और जीत जाता है।
यहाँ #1 रहना एक जरूरत है। ये जंग जीतना हर एक टीम का सपना है और इस सपने को पाने के लिए ये अपना सब कुछ दांव पर लगाने को तैयार है। Pakistan is ready for the ultimate action.
Well, hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is day number 2 of week 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan 2022 fall split powered by Oppo. My name is Fixes, of course. I'm joined along with Shadow for some enthralling action of PUBG M, as day number 1 of week 2 was quite different from what we had really anticipated, as Quraysh Esports and Team BABLU did establish the dominance. But as we move forward to day number 2, it is going to be so much more exciting. So Shadow, how are you?
I'm very good, Fixes, and I'm super excited because like you said, day number 1 of week number 2 was entirely different as compared to week 1. So I'm expecting day number 2 is also going to be similar in the sense that it's going to be very different. Some interesting, some other team is going to dominate the lobby like Quraysh Esports did yesterday.
Well, they certainly can, right? Everybody has the potential to do so. It was all about opening up. And with the way things went on, even in the final game, of course, Team BABLU finally managing a chicken dinner for themselves with 7 finishes. Now, that is also something to talk about, right? We've been talking about Team BABLU a lot, especially from week number 1, where they were looking a little bit, there. But this week, it is the BABLU that, we've all been waiting for. And they have certainly delivered by all margins. But, again, my favorite team so far has been Quraysh Esports. But Quantum Rage, maintaining that run of consistency, how do you feel about it?
Talking about Quraysh and Quantum Rage, the difference is Quraysh Esports, they are pretty consistent. Yes, they started the day with a chicken dinner and 12 finish points for themselves. But Quantum Rage on the other side were also pretty consistent. In every single game, they were maintaining the average points. That's why they are on the 3rd spot, I guess.
Yeah, but before we have the day started, let's take a look at how this entire carnival is going to be spread across, right? We have 3 weeks of action of league plays, and then from there onwards, the top 16 teams head over to the PMPL Pakistan finals. Of course, we've been talking about those bonus points coming in, the extra buffer that you get, and towards the end of every week, we have that extra bonus map of Livik, in which the top 12 teams of that particular week will be partaking. But as we move on ahead to PMPL SA Championship, that's going to happen around 13th to 16th October, and 6 teams from the grand finals of PMPL Pakistan will have earned their berth to face against 10 teams from the PMPL SA region to fight it out for the bigger prize and the higher growths.
Something which all the teams are looking for, and along with that is going to be the prize money, and that is going to be $100,000. And in the special prizes, we have tournament MVP also, who is going to get $1,000. In the league stage also, per team is going to get $2,500. But the major chunk of the prize money is going to go to the first place team, that is going to be $10,000.
Oh yeah. And now, as we take a look at the point structure, here we have the first position team getting those 15 points, and so on reduces. At least this hasn't changed, right? It's the same old. But the entire approach of it, the entire purpose for it has changed, because now every single game you would want to get those 15 points for yourself, and for all the right reasons, because the higher points that you're earning, the higher standings are towards that certain end of that week, the more bonus points you will get, and that's gonna give you a buffer before you start off your grand final. So a little bit of an extra consideration, an extra kick for these teams to give them that driving factor to perform well. And we have been talking about the bonus points, right? We do have those weekly bonus, we do have the league bonus, even the total bonus is a summation of total weekly bonus points and the league bonus points, and the initial points is what we've been talking about, right? Everything does come down to the fact that these initial points head on towards your grand final start. So let's say if a team has collected 60 points from their bonus points itself, so they're going to be starting their grand finals with 60 points to their names, and that is going to be such a massive advantage, and that is really going to come out handy for all these teams, especially for the ones that have been reigning supreme throughout every single week. So, talking about week number 1, we did have team I8 ruling and dominating with nobody to stop them. Yesterday, their start was sort of shaky, but eventually they managed to recover in the final 2 games that they got to partake. And in one game, both the games, they managed to get those third positions each. But the fourth one, they went out a little on the high roll, managed to get 13 points. But that chicken dinner was taken by the players of R3D. That was a whole different story altogether. But for now, let's take a look at the overall ranking now. The overall ranking does come down to the fact that it is week 1 and week 2 combined, and I8 Esports, they're still leading. But there are a few teams that are really catching up, and gotta get Quraysh Esports there into the mix.
Well, certainly, Quraysh Esports, yes, they managed to take a 5-point lead in the overall standings, and right now they are sitting on the 6th position, courtesy to the last game they had. In fact, all the games, Quraysh Esports, the very first game also 12 defeat points for themselves. But talking about the teams who were not making an impact on Dynamo 1 were 52 Esports, TmwEsports, Triple Esports, Metershot Sky, and the Grounders. Metershot Sky, on the other hand, in bits and pieces, in few of the places, I'll say they were showing the signs of the good close combat and good fights against some of the teams. But other than that, they are failing to gain points, because points are something they need right now to be in the top 10, I'll say.
Well, I mean, to be honest, with the way things have been going on, Metershot Sky, like you said, they're gaining some ground, but they need to do more. They need to push themselves even further, right? They have to get over at least the likes of the Faulty Devils at the very least, because North Esports, now that's a different barrier that they will have to cross once they get over this particular hurdle. But with, the way things have been panning out, it's always surprised me as to what this region has to offer to us, right? Every single time we come into play, we see something new. Yesterday was all about a team, Quraysh Esports, just going all out bonkers, especially just snatching that chicken dinner out from the clutches of TUF in that one Erangel game where TUF kind of just threw it away. But it is all right as we take a look at some comparison stats. Now this is Quraysh and I8's week 2 day 1 stats, where Quraysh, I think just barring the damage received, which is a good thing, they have better points than I8 in every aspect.
Well, certainly, specifically the elimination points, Quraysh Esports are having 30 points in their hands. On the other side, I8 are having only 19 points in their hands. I8, in fact, the very first 2 games, they were not in their favor. They started bouncing back from the 3rd game which they played, and the 4th game also they had a very good performance. But yes, the initial 2 games are the reason they are not in the top 2 or the top 4 spot right now.
Oh yeah, and that is a concerning enough reason. And that kind of bothers me a little bit, but it's all right. It's all right. For I8 Esports, they have been on the right path. 2 games messed up. The next 2 games, they have caught up. 3rd positions coming in each solo for them in every single game. One was really big one. Another one was all right. So one thing we've observed, that I8 was getting a little too aggressive yesterday, but it all started over here, especially for this lad Jaguar, when he just single-handedly went after the entire squad of North Esports, and North Esports seemed to have no answer for them. And it was just not about that, they were even getting all those points. Those consistency was clearly visible from their side. I8 eventually towards those games of Miramar, they started to pick the pace up, but today's day is going to be very crucial for them, because this is one of those teams that likes to be on the very top.
Well, certainly, I8, they like to be on the top and consistently on the top, I'll say, because not even a single team was close to them on week number 1. But talking about the other teams as well, North Esports, in the end, they started doing a comeback by getting 14 points in the last Erangel. But Freestyle also, in the I think I'd say in the entirety of the day number 1, it was only a single game where Freestyle had a good comeback. Other than that, Freestyle was also not having a very good performance on day 1.
Oh yeah, I mean, freestyle. It was just about those individual games, right? We're yet to see that consistency coming in from their side. It was just that one chicken dinner that they managed to take, because the first and the second game was quite miserable for them. You know, the way they finished off, gaining no points at all, just 1 points, just in those two games. Then came that Sanhok chicken, which was very much important for them. And we have been talking about how the circles have been rotating around. So that is one thing that if freestyle takes into account and does even better works at that. Because earlier, if you remember, the only complaint with freestyle was they were winning those early fights, but towards those latter phases of the game, that is where they were struggling. If they can get over their woes of the past, I'm pretty sure they can do much better.
Well, certainly, because Malik is the guy who is always showing the signs that he is a very good player from the side of Team Freestyle. But talking about the team that we have on our screen are going to the players of Team R3D Esports. Well, their stats are pretty good as compared to week number 1. They were dishing out a lot of damage also, and total eliminations were 2.3, and this time they have 2, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of elimination. And now we've got to say you this, ladies and gentlemen. These are the average stats for R3D. Now that's how they've been basically playing, and it's about week 2 just being better for them than week number 1. Getting all those right eliminations, those damage being proper, and everything to add on to it. So today we've got to see as to how these lads are going to perform. But Regicide, again, this is a team that started off really well, but eventually just fizzled out.
Well, certainly, Reggie's side, they started fizzling out and they managed to grab only 16 points, out of which 15 were in the last Erangel itself. So overall, it was not a very good day for the players of Reggie's side. But the way they finished the day, if they keep up the same momentum, I think day 2 will start looking much better as compared to day number 1.
Oh, it certainly will be. And I think Regicide is one of those teams that are quite popular for trying and pulling off something like that, right? We have seen these players. All they need is that one chicken dinner to instill that sort of a confidence. And Knock has, I think, been one of those players that has really impressed us with his style of play. So Regicide, for them, even Nocto is one of those lads that needs to step up, because if they don't, then things are gonna look a little bit messy.
Well, certainly, but a team that has not been able to step up from week number 1 is Team Grounders, I'll say, because week number 1 was also not in their favor. And me personally, I had very high expectations when I saw the stats of the previous spring season of Team Grounders, but this time in week number 2 also, they're not having a very good day.
Yeah, I mean, the Grounders haven't really found anything really big going for themselves, right? The way Team Grounders have been playing, it has all been going south, because few games, the second and the third game, they were a little consistent, right? They were getting their players inside the zone, they were getting some decent amount of finishes, but that was clearly just it, right? Barring that, nothing really visible from their side, right? They come in, they barely get any finish point, and there had been times, even on week number 1, where they had to play just with 3 players of their own. But these are the stats coming out of the boys from Regicide. Clearly shows that I think week number 1 had been better in terms to week number 2. But hey, week number 2 has just begun. We still have 3 more days of action, excluding today. So good time for Regicide if they want to pick up a lot of points.
Certainly, but day number 2 is the day of 3 Miramar fixes, and Regicide on week number 1, they were grabbing all the points in the map of Erangel, because Miramar was not their strongest map, so that is where they were lacking. So day number 2, I'm not sure if they've worked on their weak map or not. If they have, well, they will be looking good in the standings, I'll say.
Oh, they certainly will be, right? And Regicide has got the players, has got the potential to pull off something really good. But today, like you mentioned, we do have Miramars, a lot of them, 3 of them in fact, and we have some early game of Sanhok. So the teams that benefit from such maps are going to be really, really happy about how this is going to progress. But for the others, we'll have to see what happens, what goes on, and who do you think, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be taking that first chicken dinner? Because this time around, I mean, taking a look at how the groups have been panned out. Group E, they're not going to be playing this one. So for now, you know, few of the teams that we have been hoping for, especially Team BABLU, they won't be there with us, at least for this particular game. Pretty sure they'll be back, and even for Regicide as well. So Regicide, they'll be starting the journey in Sanhok, and I'm kind of interested to see how does it favor for them.
Certainly, Regicide, we have high hopes, and so goes for the players of Sporty as well. Because Sporty, they started out in by the end of week number 1, and they're still struggling, I'll say, because day 1, I'll say, not week 2. Day 1 was not in their favor, but the team has the potential, and so are the players of Team TmwEsports also.
Oh yeah, I mean, Team TmwEsports haven't really seen anything quite memorable from their side. But let's see, as we take a look at the overall rankings of this week, ladies and gentlemen, as Team BABLU, they're going to be leading the charts with 68 points. Quraysh Esports right on their tail with 55. Quantum Rage, 54 for them, and so on. It reduces.
Well, certainly it reduces, but Team H2E is also one of the team that is showing the signs of improvement, and they're still showing improvement because right now they're sitting on the 9th spot with 28 points. But Freestyle, well, despite having few bad games, in fact many bad games on day number 1, they're sitting on the 10th position due to that one good gameplay in the map of Sanhok. But talking about the teams that are on the lower half or the bottom of the leaderboard are TmwEsports, 52 Esports, Faulty Devils. Well, Faulty Devils, the way they started week number 1, I've been saying this so many times. They raised the bar of expectations quite high, but after that, not even a single game went in their favor.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think after that they've just managed to get in closer, right? It was just those Erangel games that they kind of tend to succeed in. So that is something that TmwEsports really need to watch out for. But T20 QWERTY, man, I mean, they have been going through a rough time again at that 15th spot. Not the position where they would want to be at this point. As we take a look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the match of Miramar, where we start things off A, B, C, and D playing E, however, going to be sitting this one out. So no BABLU, no Regicide, no Faulty Devils, and no Grounders.
Certainly, Team BABLU, the way they were playing Miramar yesterday, they missed the winner chicken dinner twice. They came second in the both Miramar, and we could easily say that Team BABLU is getting their foothold in the map of Miramar once again, which they were missing out with. But it was week 1, it was all Erangel where they were getting the points, and Sanhok and Miramar, I'll say, was not working in their favor. But now it's a time for prediction fixes.
That's gonna be a tough one, but I think the way teams have been playing, I would want to stake, or rather this time go with R3D Esports. I'm kind of feeling this chicken dinner coming. I don't know why. I can just smell it in I8's boot camp. I think they do have it for themselves, but no, we never know. We're open to surprises. And what about you, Shadow?
I want to say 3x Esports because they had a very good outing in the first Miramar yesterday, getting 11 defeat points and coming on the 3rd position, but it was also about the circle, so I'm not so sure. But okay, 3x Esports.
3x Esports is what you're saying. So let's see. Let's see how they will be performing, how they're going to prove their mettle. But talking about, you know, this entire region, you've got Pakistan into the mix. What kind of a circle would you want to see in this particular game?
Something extreme. I won't say this is the region which deserves a concentric circle because they like to go for so many fights. They are always going for the aggressive mode. So something extreme on one particular side, I'll say, no matter which side, Ruin, Tore, Emuda, or towards Vale Dilmar, I don't care. It should be an extreme circle somewhere on the map pertaining a little bit of the water as well if it's going southwards. So I'll say extreme circle anywhere.
Extreme circle is what you want, Shadow, and we really hope that we get to see that, and maybe some water involved. We have seen such really ridiculous circles even in the past where the zone went directly to the southeastern small little islands, those two little islands that we have. That is where the circle went down, and I think it was the boys from North Esports that managed to see it through. But regardless, I mean, today's day is gonna be all about excitement, especially with those two Miramars, and that is going to be so exhilarating action, right? I mean, you know about these teams; they love their Miramar games. And in fact, it's just not going to be two; it's going to be three Miramar. So teams that tend to dominate at this particular map, this is their time to rise and shine.
And Team BABLU is sitting out on the very first Miramar. I'm very sure they're not happy about it because I think they'll be playing Sanhok. Yeah, they'll be playing Sanhok, and it's not their strongest map. So let's see how they'll do that. But rest of the two Miramars they will be playing, and Team BABLU, I'm very sure by the end of the day, number 2, they'll be looking very good. And so plus of Magnus as well, because Magnus also had a very good outing yesterday. The very first game they got 14 points, and second Miramar they got a chicken dinner with 12 defeat points. I think Magnus is also looking very strong.
Magnus is certainly right, especially with the finisher in their squad. The way this lad has been playing has been such an impressive athlete to look out for, because every single time you get him in those tight situations and he somehow manages to pull through. T20 QWERTY, for yesterday's performance, all I have to say, they were a little bit cocky in making those really ballsy rotations. Sometimes it worked out and sometimes it just did not.
Well, mostly it didn't. The first map, yes, they managed to get few defeat points, but after that it was in the match number 3 where they got 8 points for themselves. Other than that, QWERTY were missing out in the majority of the maps in day number 1, but we know QWERTY has that capability. They have proved us in the week number 1 where they were showing the consistent performance. So I think QWERTY day number 2, I have a gut feeling that this day is going to be good for the plus of QWERTY.
I mean, it can be, right? Who are we to complain? It certainly could be, but for now, I mean, let's take a look at some elimination leaders, some figures at that. And Team I8's Blade, well, they're all over the place. They still have all 4 of their players in the top 5, but finisher, look at him, 54 finishes. So that is something really to look out for.
Certainly, even the damage also fixes. Look at the damage. It's 9,000 plus damage that this individual has been dishing out from the side of Magnus. But I8, like you also said, it's all over the place. But Blade is the guy. He became the MVP 2 times or 3 times on the very first day of week 1 number 1. And after that, he didn't look backwards at all. 64 elimination and more than 12,000 damage. Well, I8 is dominating every single department, I'll say.
I mean, can't really take that away from them, right? Every single player has proven their mettle. They know what they're made of. And just recently, they let go of reviews. They want to play with the 4 that they are really comfortable with. And everybody has sort of built up a synergy in their squad. Like, if you can take the highest damage dealer, Team I8's Blade. So the way, in fact, he's been playing. But this time, somewhere around, if we move on, it has to be Zipian from 6th to 10th position, right? 40 eliminations, he's definitely catching up. Then we've got Miracle. I know we've been talking about this Wonder Kid. So every single player in this top 10 leaderboard of eliminations, I think, has made some sort of a play that has been, sounding on a very massive level. And we hope they give competition to those big boys.
Well, certainly, we have the player Joker also from the side of TUF, and we have seen this individual perform really well on so many maps, so many times. But yesterday, also talking about TUF, they had this one very good game that is going to be the very first game. In the rest of the games, they failed to grab those placement points, because elimination points TUF is grabbing in every single game, be it little elimination points, but something in the terms of defeat points they are getting.
Oh yeah, I mean, they are, right? In fact, they can do even better, because there have been situations where the chicken dinner was right in front of them and they decided to not go for it. In fact, they rather opted for, taking fights, and sometimes a little too cocky, and kind of backfired at their direction.
Certainly, because they are always looking for the aggression. They are always going for the defeat points. Even in the last game also, I can see they got 8 defeat points, but only a single placement point. That has been a problem of TUF going over aggressive, taking unnecessary unnecessary fights where they tend to lose their players. So yeah, TUF is also a very strong team. If they work on few little things, I think they can give a strong competition to Magnus and I8.
Oh, I mean, 100%. Like this was the case even in week number 1. TUF doing things right, and they were in contention. At least for some times they were at the top spot. But eventually, teams started figuring them out, and they knew what to do, how to approach, and as a result of which, they managed to deal with them so perfectly well. So, but again, TUF, if they do not make those little mistakes that they've been making for some time, I'm pretty sure I think a flash is in order.
Certainly, but talking about the plane trajectory this time, well, the plane trajectory is towards the southern side, going from the side of Kyoto Koresio towards Ladria. That means the team that like dropping towards the side of Kore Inuda Campo Militar, they're up for a very long rotation in the very first circle itself. Where is the circle going to go?
I think that is something that eventually time is going to tell, right? We have been witnessing a few of those southern circles. We have witnessed a few of those eastern circles. Lately, in week number 2, we are witnessing somewhere the circles kind of forming around the western areas. So that is going to be really interesting to see actually when where the circle really forms. Because one thing for sure, Los Leones is still going to be occupied by I8 and North Esports.
Certainly, they are very stubborn when it comes to their drop location. In Erangel, going for the military base island. In Miramar, always going for the Los Leones, and so the players of North Esports. But it's surprising how these two teams coexist in harmony around Los Leones. I haven't seen them picking fights with each other too many times. Maybe they also know how to avoid each other and move inside the safety of the circle. But circle, well, this time we are witnessing a eastern circle where Junkyard is going to be the epicenter.
Yeah, and a standard eastern circle. We have seen circles like this before, and it's two ways of panning out. Either it kind of goes towards those junkyard hilly areas, or else, I mean, some other approach maybe since they're at the center, and let's say a fight ensues, and just the last player of team BABLU is alive. So that is what they do for, right? That is what they resort to. And whichever team, it's just not BABLU, whichever team, if you find the circumstances, if you do have an old singer, yeah.
Certainly, but now I'm second guessing my prediction because I was about to pick Magnus also, and yesterday also I have just changed my prediction at the very last minute, and looks like the circle is favoring the players of team Magnus right now. But 3x Esports, as long as they're heading towards the northern side, if they go enter inside the circle from Cruz de Valle or El Hizar, I think they can try and put pressure on the teams from the northern side, have the complete control under them. So 3x can go for it, but Magnus Esports, well, they are surrounded by so many other teams. Freestyle also in the close proximity, Triple Esports, Quraysh Esports, but for now everyone is busy grabbing all those crucial resources, the grenades, the smokes, which are very crucial in the map of Miramar, but very hard to find, specifically smokes. But talking about the team that is way too spread out are going to the players of team H2E. 3 players on the southern island of Los Higos, one of the player towards the southern side of Minas, where the players of TUF are also lurking nearby. So H2E better be careful, because if they try and cross Valle del Mar, Quantum Rage is present. If they head towards Minas, TUF is present. So they are surrounded by so many teams. They need to be a bit careful. But R3D, well, R3D also yesterday they had a very good outing, specifically in the very first match of Erangel. Even in the second Miramar as well, they got a winner chicken dinner when Team I8 and Magnus were fighting against each other. It was Team R3D who got that 15 placement points and good elimination points in their hands, and kind of ruined the dreams of I8 and Magnus getting those 15 placement points. But Star is also one of the team that outshined in the very last game. In fact, it was the only good game that the players of Team Star had it in their hands. They were having 10 defeat points for themselves. But other than that, day number 1 was not working for the players of Team Star.
Oh yeah, it was not working, right? I think Team Star is such a team that really needs a miracle to step up. And there had been few occasions I think it all pans down to how they've been engaging in their team fights. If you remember correctly, right? This has been one of those teams that kind of loves doing their third parties, loves engaging in such battles, and sometimes they get those early eliminations, but towards the end, it's nothing much. But yesterday we did manage to see them, in that final game, get 10 eliminations for themselves. So if they can, carry forward such a good run, maybe they're gonna be climbing up the overall standings.
Well, they certainly can climb because it doesn't matter which points you're getting. As long as you're getting points, I'm happy. Be it placement points or the elimination points or a perfect balance of both, because that is something we always want to see, a perfect balance between the placement points and the elimination points. But TMW, well, right now they're lacking both because day number one was not in their favor, only total of 9 points in their favor, and TMW, well, this time also they are surrounded with few of the teams, specifically the players of Team Quati, who are having the control of the house of the boss, that is Hacienda. Let's see if a fight can erupt between these two squads.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be really interesting one. But T20 QWERTY hadn't been the best of the days yesterday. Haven't really seen them pop off. But if you remember, that is also how they started off at in the week number 1, right? And I think they can certainly start good things for themselves in at least the first game of Miramar. And if they can carry on, if they can pull off some better results, who knows? But we've constantly been talking about this, right? Khan having those health issues, and I really hope he's fine. He's good as a fiddle at least for week number 2. Because if he isn't, then this team, they're gonna be in a whole world of trouble.
Talking about the stats of the week number 1, Team QWERTY had the least amount of points in Miramar only. They had maximum points in Erangel, and in fact Sanhok is also one of the strongest map because I think they had second highest points in overall in Sanhok. So I think Erangel and Sanhok is the strongest point of Team QWERTY, but Miramar, well, let's see how day number 2 is going to pan out, because today, like we said in the start of the day, we are having 3 Miramars.
Oh yeah, 3 Miramars, and that is going to be exciting to see what really happens. But for now, Esports in real close proximity out there to engage against the players of Team Magnus. It's going to be really interesting to see how this fight pans out. But for now, I think it's just about them trying to find some good angles, trying to reposition them, and as we speak, Finisher is the one who goes after them and gets that knock secured. And with that being said, Zameen, his position has been compromised. Finisher and Zen, maybe they're just waiting out for faster. Whoever comes in will manage to get that knock, or maybe it could just be Zameen who gets that perfect trade.
And on some other side, towards the coastline, TmwEsports and Quraysh Esports are also fighting against TmwEsports are falling down, and Jaguar is the guy who is going to get the confirmation as well. 2 defeat points already in the favor of Quraysh Esports and TmwEsports. Their misery is not ending. Right now, they're heading somewhere towards the northern side to find a safety or a safe compound and grab those placement points. But North Esports, well, with their Molotov, can we find a knock onto the plus of North Esports, and goes down, but a trade also comes in, and Drawlin hits the ground.
Oh, he certainly does. And now this is where things have gotten up to an even Stevens point, Magnus losing out on Trollin, North Esports losing out on one of their players. Now this has come down to who gets that next knock, because whosoever does, the push is inevitable. Zameen still holding on to this place. I'm just hoping his barrel is not visible, because North Esports, they need to kind of start repositioning themselves, because Team Magnus, as a matter of fact, they do have some concrete cover to work around with.
Certainly, they have a hard cover for themselves, but the ridges are not going to be so helpful, as Magnus Finisher is going to take down one of the player of North Esports from the moving vehicle, that is going to be Roshan, and he's still bleeding out, as North Esports are already closing the distance towards the side of Zen, who is cooking up a grenade, but somewhere else, Finisher is the guy who is going to get that knock onto the other player, second player of North Esports, and I think it's the third player that has fallen down. 2 players have been already eliminated, so Maxi is the last man standing for now.
Yeah, and does manage to get that revive on towards Roshan, but Finisher He's looking unfazed. He wants to go in for that finish. Already spotting out Maxi, but a little too late on that ADS as Roshan just gets finished off from the other direction. And there you have it, Team Magnus successfully wiping out Team TmwEsports. But from the far off fray, I believe it is the lads from I8 that are going to be peppering down those bullets and trying to get the better out of the players of Team Magnus. As you can see, the teammates have already closed in on the gap. It is just Uzum trying to apply that extra bit of pressure, trying to buy enough time for his comrades to get in closer.
This is a typical Pakistani region, Miramar, where one team gets eliminated and the other teams is not able to enjoy their victory for a very long time because third party or some other teams also try to close in. But this time I8, they are not overextending. That is something surprising because we know for sure I8, when they find a knock onto the opponent, they try to close in the distance. But right now they are looking for a potential compound in the circle that they can go for or hold on to until the next circle forms in. And from the southern side, I can see so many other teams are also heading towards the side of Impala.
Oh yeah. Now, I mean, this was sort of, ought to happen, right? Because these kind of circles can eventually either go there, but right now we do have another fight amidst this. A little bit of a replay being showed here as Quraysh Esports. They just went ham after the players of Triple Esports. They did not really see that coming as I8's Uzum deciding to scour across the land, find that perfect place of cover as Quraysh. Now, just below them lies Uzum. But now look at Team TUF. H2E right in front of them, but the ridge right now protecting both these teams from engaging against each other.
3x Esports is also lurking nearby in the close proximity. They can gatekeep both these teams, or maybe a third party situation can happen. But Miracle from 3x Esports, he is a little far away. In fact, H2E and TUF are also not opening things against each other. They do realize they need to wait for the third circle because H2E, all they have are the little ridges and the dips to work around with, where on the other side TUF, well, they have a little bit of the hard compound. Even they can head towards the side of Impala because I8 Esports, well, they've already left the compounds of Impala.
Oh yeah, they have indeed, and for all the right reasons, because they kind of anticipate the circle going a little bit towards the northern side maybe. But I really like R3D's position right now. I think they've got a good cover. They've got a good high ground. But I8, I am starting to wonder if they're really aware of Quraysh's position. I believe they are now, considering Blade just unholstered his weapon, but he's getting shot from elsewhere and he's not going to survive, as it's going to be Jaguar from a different angle altogether. This is absolute genius play being made by Quraysh Esports in Jaguar. He might secure that finish for himself because Blade, there's nobody really near him.
That also means the confirmation will be coming in, and the confirmation is coming in. But Jaguar, I have to say, the way this lad has been playing, well, he's all over the place. He's always getting those opening knocks and the finishes onto the opponent team. And Quraysh Esports, well, they're relying on the fragging ability of Jaguar, because the way he's able to spot on the players, be it Miramar or Sanhok, well, impressive gameplay is definitely coming from his side. But right now, I8, well, they are prioritizing the circle instead of the elimination points, and they are again going to find themselves on the periphery of the circle. But in the epicenter, we have the players of TmW.
Oh yeah. Oh, JD, look at him, just surviving with a sliver of HP as senior. Going after Edgar. Did not succeed though. Quantum Rage in a little bit of a pickle. One of their players already finished off, one of them already knocked out as Virus. He's making a push at their direction. Now Virus, he's just going to be lobbing one more smoke just to be 100% sure. And he wants to get that finish. He's being a little greedy at this point. I do not know if that's the wisest of choice.
Being greedy is never going to help, especially when you're not in the top of the leaderboard. But right now it's Quantum Rage. Tables have turned and they are falling down. Two of the players have already been taken out of the equation, and TUF, well, this is the time when they have to prioritize the circle as well. But somewhere else, the players of Team Star are also going up against the players of Team 3X as Miracle hits the ground.
Oh yeah. Now, considering how the circle has taken that little bit of another shift, I think FS and R3D are in really good contention to fight against each other. We have TmW a little bit away from the pack. I8 really angered by the fact that Blade did fall down to Quraysh. in pursuit for some revenge. But right now, they've spotted out the boys from Team Magnus and taking a few shots at their direction.
Certainly, but Team Star, like you said, they have the height advantage as well. They can easily squeeze inside the circle, grab those high hills around, I'll say, on the eastern side only. But right now, I Esports was having a little bit of the tree cover himself, takes down one of the player of Team H2E. Can he find the confirmation as well? But somewhere else, Quraysh Esports are also falling down as they have lost out on the one player.
Oh yeah, they certainly have, and well, R3D Esports. Now it's interesting to see because we have seen some really great players coming in from Miracle. I want to see more out of this lad. But for now, H2E have managed to get a knock on towards Edgar, and for TUF, well, things are going to look a little bit slow over there as Assad has managed to take down the danger man, Jaguar himself. But H2E also need to realize that they have to get inside the circle, and their circle shift completely favors the boys from Team FS and Team R3D. Whoever wins that fight might have the strongest chance in winning this game.
Certainly, but right now looks like 3x and FS, they are in the best of the spot, but H2E, they are falling down as Kian has been eliminated and there has been knocked down, and confirmation might be coming in, but 3x is also picking up fights. But I8, what is happening? H2E, they were on the weak spot, but now things are turning around as they're knocking down the players of I8.
I could not believe Ghost was just standing. He did not even budge, did not even move. I do not know what was the issue over there, but this is not typical Ghost. This is not the Ghost that we are acquainted to witness, but Uzim trying to provide cover fire to his teammate as Shady, he decides to push in.
Jaydeep, we have witnessed some miraculous gameplay from this lad, but as I speak, Uzm is the one who's going to take Jaydeep down, and a confirmation might be coming in with Tarzan. He's going up against the players of Team Quraysh Esports. Well, H2E are picking up fights on the multiple fronts, and that's why they are losing out onto their own players. But they don't have other choice because two teams are in the close proximity. They have to pick those fights, but Uzm from the height advantage spots on one of the player. Assad dishes out a lot of damage. But finisher Magnus Esports also chimes in, and H2E, they are up for a very big trouble.
Yeah, not just H2E, but even the likes of I8 as well, because Magnus have gotten themselves inside the circle and now have a really good position to kind of try to win over the spoils of the war between H2E and I8, whoever is the survivor, as Zen just spraying at Rafe's direction from Quraysh. And now we've got to see Team Magnus. Few of their players were still outside the zone though, but I believe they're not going to have that much of an issue trying to get inside the circle.
They can, and they're in fact IQ is already on the periphery of the circle, but somewhere Star is also falling down as Usma hits the ground, courtesy to the players of Team 3X who are leaning spread on the periphery of the circle on the eastern side. 52 Esports is also somewhere on the northern side, and Destroyer, what just happened? He was shooting in the side of 52 Esports, and FS comes in, takes him down. That means, well, 52 Esports is also in a third party situation, I'd say.
Yeah, I think, majority of these teams that were trying to get inside the circle, all they have to do is somehow just make a mad dash and then maybe take an objective fight. Because if you get taken down while rotating, that's definitely not good news for you. As IQ trying to cook up that grenade at Finish's direction, spots him out, lobs it over, yes, gets that knock, and now he is going to be the sigh of relief. But not until he secures that kill for himself, as in the worlds of PUBG Mobile, it goes, it is going to be a fist for a fist, a punch for a punch, a slap for a slap. So, yeah, a knock for a knock is also there.
Certainly, and this time at Esports, well, they are looking for the confirmation onto the players of Magnus Esports. Magnus, they are still on the periphery, but the circle is going to shift any minute. And Team FS, they're enjoying the circle as they are in the epicenter. They have the safety of the compounds as well. They are in the best position. In fact, the next circle is also going to favor them, as all the teams, they were on the periphery. Well, the teams on the northern side, they have to go for a longer rotation and maybe fight among each other as well.
Oh, they will have to. And now it's going to be interesting to see how do the lads from I8 perform in this particular game. They still have 3 of their players Missing out on Blade though in those early phases of the game. Got taken down by Jaguar, who has now been finished off. So Quraysh Esports have taken some damage, have taken some losses. But look at this circle shift. The moment the circle shifts, I8 decide to just pounce in on T20 and somehow manage to take them down. And this is where I8 looking completely unfazed, dealing with the players of Team Magnus one after the other. And here comes the push by Team Magnus.
Well, Magnus, they are showing the doorstep of Team IA. They are outnumbered, and Zen also hits the ground courtesy to that grenade. They came from the side of Boost over there. Uz with that UMP45 who's going to put an end to Zen over there. But Magnus, they are still surviving. No, they are not surviving as the last player also gets eliminated. And Magnus, well, they have been eliminated at 11th position. But Team Star are also punishing the players of Team R3D as Anubis has been taken on. Looks like Hawk is also going to get taken down. But Uzma, as he was out there in the open and destroy, he doesn't even realize from where the shots are coming in, and he gets eliminated along with his teammates on 10th position.
Oh yeah, look at Quraysh right now, capitalizing on the situation, spotting the players of Team Star very vulnerable out in the open. And now for them, this is the perfect time to get inside the circle, wipe Team Star off and take their position and have it for grabbing.
Well, they definitely want to grab, but Team Star, they have to move inside the circle as well. But somewhere else, Kuwati, we were complaining that Team Kuwati are not performing, but the way they are spread on the western side, they are out of so many fights, so much action. They're keeping all the four players alive. And looks like they are still in the best of the best spot, but Freestyle are picking the plus of 52 Esports who are out there in the open. Two of the players gets eliminated instantly. That means 52 surviving, only two lads, and FS are looking for them, hunting for them, sharing the same compound, and Hassan OP also gets taken down, but a trade also comes in on Basi.
Oh yeah, but for now, Freestyle, I think they're just gonna bank on the fact that the circle ends near where they are. But right now, alright, so there you go, Rafe getting the confirmation. It is gonna be Freestyle who've been benefiting a lot. And for now, let's see what happens. They still have a few of their players alive, and now the circle has shifted in such a way. Team Star still alive and kicking, but look at Malik. He's just frolicking around. That hill has those perfect semblance of smokes, just waiting for the right moment to strike, waiting for when the iron gets hot and he goes hunting.
Certainly, and Team Star also, well, they have managed to survive. I am surprised the way they were right in the crosshairs of so many teams. R3D also, Team Quraysh Esports, they've managed to keep all the four players alive, and they're still inside the, not inside the circle, but still inside the game. But on the southern side are my concerns at TUF and I8. They are so far away from the safe zone, and Team I8 are already shooting in the direction of Team Star. Is that the right decision?
I don't know. Eventually, time's gonna tell. And there you go. Kuwati just rams in. They've already lost out on gravity, but Voltrix has managed to secure that knock. In the meanwhile, Freestyle having that higher ground advantage. They're gonna be benefiting as they get multiple frags for themselves. As now next on their target list is gonna be maybe the players of Team Star, maybe Team I8, maybe someone else completely. As God Fury, his vehicle has been damaged. His vehicle has been blown apart into smithereens. This miracle. Oh, he's just gonna take those stabs. One more. Had it connected, could have been a knock, but there you go. Malik and Voltrux both being taken down. Voltrux still struggling for a revival. Let's see what happens.
And Khan with that vehicle, he's already moving forward as he is going to revive his teammate, but no, there is no chance that he can go for the revival. He needs to find a hard cover for himself ASAP. But before that, the minute he found the hard cover, IQ puts the final bullet in the head and eliminates the player of Team Kuwati. And now I8 surviving with 2 men, FS having all the 4 members alive, and so are the players of Team Star. But FS, they have the height advantage, and Mom2 is cooking up a grenade if he's able to get that knock, and he certainly is getting that knock onto Hang. But Usma is going to retaliate as he's going to take down Zabaf as well as Vasif from the side of Freestyle. And Mom2 as well.
The fight is definitely on, Team Star. They're not really backing off without a fight. Now Freestyle, all they have to offer over here is successful, get juice, and now Sama, we have to see, gets that beautiful squad wipe on the players of Team Freestyle, and there you go, just get taken down. And I8, now this could be their chance. Are they inside the circle? Hell yes. All they've got to do is deny the entry for the players of Team TmW and Team Star.
Certainly, they want to gatekeep, but IQ, like you also said, he has the control of the southern side of the circle, but he doesn't have that hard cover in this kind of a circle. Even the vehicles are also not present, but TmW, they have the numbers advantage. Even the players of Team Star also have the numbers advantage. From that position, Team Star, well, they have the intel and information also on so many teams, but the main problem is both these teams, TmW and Star, they have to move inside the circle, and IQ, well, he can chime in at the perfect moment and get few good defeat points for himself.
Ooh, now is the moment of truth. They're just dashing at TmW's direction. Hayan gets taken down. There hasn't been any trade, but Star, God Fury in fact needs to heal himself up as the entire cavalry just strikes. As there you go, one more trade being taken by Kurama on, and the Star players, they're losing out on their HP as now they do not have enough time to get that revival. Or maybe they do, as God Fury has been finished off outside the play zone, as Hank deciding to want to get in. But now things have completely changed. Uzum having the best spot for himself, has that high ground, and few grenades connecting could mark an end the run for Team Star, and also beckon the comeback of Team Godlike, or rather Team I8. That is something that we are looking out for.
Looks like Fixes, your prediction is getting true, is coming true as
Not
Star.
yet, don't curse it.
It's obvious the way I8 was rushing towards the players of Team Star. They had taken down one of the players. It was the last man standing, and I8, a beautiful winner chicken dinner.
Oh yeah. Yes, and I'm happy. Finally, I knew this was coming. 2 games where they have those #3 coming in. There had to be that one game where they get that chicken. And this time, not with the best of eliminations like Blottolov's calling it. This is one of those games where they got a chicken dinner, and by their standards, it is the lowest number of eliminations that they've taken. So this is something that we've been privy to when it comes to I8. But this time it was quite different, right? They did lose out on Blade right from the very start. Got dealt with by the players of Quraysh. Towards the end also we saw, Ghost, I don't know what he was doing, where he was watching, but he also got taken down. But it did come down to Uzum and IQ, and 2 it was all it took. And we're going to talk more about that after this short little break. Well, hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. What an amazing game it was, and as I8 finally managed to get that chicken dinner to themselves, and a much needed one. But at the same time, I think we did see some good recovery, even coming in from the likes of TmW and Team Star, because these were the teams we did talk about in the pre-segment, and boy oh boy, they lived up to the hype.
But I'm just wondering when my prediction is going to come true, because 3x, the way they were spread out, I think it was the 4th or the 5th circle, and things were looking in their favor, but no boy. Just because I picked them, they are not getting it. Next time I'm picking the top team. The top team in the standings, I'm going for it, and I'm going to run their game. I'm going to help the bottom teams by jinxing the top teams. So maybe something good will come out.
So you're the one who's gonna create all that masala, and I loved it how the voice in my head just said, "When are my predictions gonna come out? Never." the way it just was put up, right? It was really funny. But yeah, coming back to the game's discussion, it was again quite an unconventional map of Miramar. But yes, we have been talking about this team. We've been talking about this player, Usama, with 8 eliminations. 948 points of damage was all he needed. And Team Star could be the beckoning of a comeback, but who knows?
In fact, Usma was the guy who picked last 3 frags, I'll say. He went for the 1 knock, went for the second knock, and went for the 3rd knock as well, if I'm not wrong. Where Team Star, you have a star in your, in fact 2 star, I'll say, Usma and Miracle also. But along with that, we have the top 5 players on our screen, and Uzm from I8. Well, I8 is always going to be there when it comes to top players, and followed by IQ as well.
Oh yeah, I mean IQ and Uzm, they are 2 of those players that you can sort of rely, especially at least when Uzm is alive. And the kind of positions that he took, right, taking a little bit of a high ground over there and letting IQ, take some punch. He had a different angle, not even let the players of Team Star to kind of get in as they managed to get that chicken dinner. And just when we were thinking maybe this has gone out from their clutches, and I8 always never ceases to surprise us.
Something with the number 4 or number 3 or maybe even numbers, because match number 4, day number 2 is when they come out all gun blazing, and this time also day number 2 already starting with 15 placement points, elimination points in their favor. Well, they are looking, 9 elimination points in their favor, total of 24, but it is Team Star who are on the top with total of 27 points.
Oh yeah, Team Star, this is exactly what we needed from their side, right? 27 points, enough to get them rolling right now. I8 kind of consistent, so they're going to be happy about it. TmW has made a really good recovery over here, and this is exactly something that their fans are going to be really pleased about. But talking about the other teams inside the lobby, Shadow, what do you feel about them?
Other teams also, yes, Team Star definitely had a very good gameplay. Talking about H2E, the way they were picking fights, they were surrounded with so many teams, third parties were happening, and they couldn't survive for very long. I think that's where H2E started crumbling down. But Magnus Esports also, they were trying to do a third party onto the players of Team H2E when the players of Team I8 came in, kind of ruined their game also. But Team Magnus, well, maybe next time.
Maybe next time is the charm. But it was quite an interesting fight where between North Esports and Magnus, right? Where we did talk about it. Magnus did have some solid cover, whereas North Esports did not have, and they were trying to retreat. They just got caught off guard. But Team Star, they were kind of all over the place with the kind of eliminations they were getting left, right, and center. And this is the sort of a Star that we would love to see even more out of them. Because if they keep on playing like this, you never know, Shadow. They might be way higher up than they look right now.
Certainly, because they started climbing on, I think, day number 3 or day number 4 in week 1 in the overall standings when they were in the bottom of the leaderboard. Suddenly, they were somewhere in the top 10 position, and the momentum is still there in week number 2 as well. Yesterday, they had 3 bad games, but in the end, they started picking things up, and this time, day number 2, they are carrying the same momentum forward. But looking at the damage graph, well, it's pretty even, balanced.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that, somewhere down the line, I'm kind of starting to anticipate from all these teams, right? Because it was a game of Miramar. You can anticipate those long-range battles heading out, and not a lot of finishes, though, and a lot of damage. Clearly shows that it is a game of Miramar, right? Just the way it is supposed to be played. But Star having the highest amount of damage, highest amount of eliminations, and did manage to get that first spot even despite losing out on the chicken dinner, which sort of takes us, ladies and gentlemen, let's segue to the overall standings and find for ourselves if the teams at the bottom, have they made any big climb. But for now, R3D Esports definitely have 4 spots up, and so have the players of Team Star. They have jumped up 6 position this time around, and this is where it gets so much more exciting, because one more good game and they could possibly enter into top 3.
Well, they can certainly enter into top 3 because the point difference is not so much and it's just day number 2. But the teams that really need those points are on the second page of the overall ranking. So let's have a look if any of this team has able to propel themselves up or not. And looks like not, except for TmW. They have got a 5-point lead. They have propelled themselves by 5 points. They are sitting on the 15th spot with 22 points.
And moving ahead, like you've been speaking, right? There's so many teams. Like I said, North Esports, Regicide. These are the teams that I really want them to step it up. 52 Esports, they've been continuing their small form from the past week, and even the Faulty Devils, right? We haven't seen that big, chicken dinner games. We haven't seen those consistent plays coming out from their side. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our map number 2, the game number 2 for weekday 2 of the league stage. And now it is going to be played in Sanhok, and that means teams from Group D, they're not going to be playing this one. So we've got to ask, or rather, they already know a few of those teams. To kind of sit it out, that has got to be Quantum Rage, QWERTY, H2E, and TmwE Esports. Now it's going to be a game of Sanhok Shadow, and you know what time it is.
Prediction.
Yes.
Which I have a big fat 0 right there, and it's not changing. Seems like you and Daughter, you guys have some psychic. You great psychic ability, I'll say, which I'm lacking.
It's just my hunch. It is just my hunch. I feel like this team is gonna win. Go for it, and it has happened. It's real. Yeah. So, Shadow, instead of trying to foresee things, rely upon your hunch. And what is your gut feeling telling you?
Quantum Rage, I'll say. Yeah.
All right. So you're going with Quantum Rage.
Yesterday they had 12 placement points, 7 defeat points. They had a very good Sanhok.
But Shadow, they're not going to be participating in this one because again, they're a team from Group D. So you have to go with a different option.
Which team's game to ruin? Okay, Magnus Esports.
This girl.
Magnus Esports.
If Magnus and their owners are watching this, you know who to catch.
Okay. I'll go with the team which doesn't have a strong point, but I want them to prove everyone wrong. BABLU. They have a good form. They have worked on their gameplay, and Sanhok is the map where they never perform. But this time they're going to perform. I'm the optimist one.
Alright. So for the last time, we've gotten it changed to Team BABLU, and that's where you're sticking. Oh, I feel this is a moment of KBC. But for me, I think I'm gonna ride the hype train. I'm gonna ride the i8 hype train. One more i8, baby. I got my hopes in them because I know this was a chicken dinner, and this is where it begins. And they've been following their footsteps, the exact pattern. First few games, they mess it up and they're like, hey bruh, chill, we're gonna come back. And that is what they do in the next succeeding games. But for now, I mean, Shadow's gone for BABLU, I've gone for i8, and let's see who's gonna win. Who do you think is gonna win the game of Sanhok? Because today we even have the Sanhok specialist, TmW, participating in this map today, and it's gonna be interesting to see what can they make out of this game. But we've seen a lot of new faces also really coming up, right? Especially the ones from Team Magnus. They have been phenomenal. Let's see how they perform this time around.
Week 1 also was a very consistent performance coming from the side of Magnus. Day number 2, they started climbing in the overall leaderboard, and they never stopped. They were consistently on the top 4 spots, somewhere between 2nd or 3rd place. And this time also Magnus, they are in the top 4 position and having good points for themselves. So Magnus is definitely one of the strongest team in the lobby along with i8. But this is Sanhok, and you never know what's going to happen in Sanhok because it all comes down to the circle, your position inside the circle, and so many other factors as well.
Oh yeah, a lot of factors have a big role in this particular map, and it is a small one. It's kind of filled with those slithering snakes, with those venomous beetles, or maybe scorpions or centipedes. We do not know, or maybe it could just be an anaconda waiting out for you. just waiting for the right moment, and the way, the time, or the place where you're kind of looking elsewhere, get caught. And I think that's something that these teams would be up to. But a few things that are confirmed for us in the map of Sanhok is QWERTY. They're not going to let go of their bootcamp region. We've seen them, being challenged before, but they definitely have come out with flying colors.
Now I'm thinking, have I picked the correct team? Because BABLU, they also like dropping in towards the side of Paina. The split they always go for. Yesterday, they were sticking together. That was a good thing,
Yeah.
a good change coming from the side of Team BABLU, that all the 4 players were sticking together, specifically in Sanhok, where you need that the most. So, okay, and I still believe in Team BABLU,
You do?
in Sanhok. Yeah.
All right. I mean, Team BABLU it is then, because but still, I'm not gonna change your prediction. It's been done. It's been dusted.
Yeah.
It's etched. So you've got to live with the prediction that you just made. And well, to be honest, it's not a bad one. It's not a shabby one. But since I've gotten after I8 Esports, I mean, there's no rule kind of restricting you from trying that as well. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be heading into the map of Sanhok, where these teams are gonna be taking the plunge and where all these fights are gonna be with us just a wee while.
Now I'm thinking, why didn't I pick Quraysh Esports as well? Because they are also having a good outrun in every single game. So I think Quraysh Esports are also looking good. The way they have dropped towards the southern side, completely towards the southern side. Well, it's a good place to drop in. Campo Charlie rotations are pretty easy. On the opposite side, they have the players of Team FS on the docks area as well. 52. Well, they are spread out around the cave area, and just as I said, Team BABLU, they like sticking together. All the players are so far away from each other, and the circle is also far away from the players of BABLU, as this time we have the entirety of Camp Alpha Island inside the circle, Tatmok and Kaw also inside the circle. So that means this time, well, teams have to go for the early route, early loot and early rotation as well. But right now, TUF, well, things are not looking good for them at all, as Edgar has been knocked down by the plus of Metershot Sky. And Metershot Sky, this is a team that has consistently been on the second page of the overall standings, but they have showcased us some good gameplay. So maybe this time things can turn around, but TUF is definitely one of the strongest team. It's not so easy to beat them, but healthy with that Uzi is going to go get the confirmation onto the players of TUF. Well, Edgar is out of the equation. That means TUF only 3 players, not so good resources, not even a good armor onto all the players of TUF. As we can see, Joker Sir is just having a 11 well helmet, no healings, no resources, nothing.
Oh, fight right from the very start. That's what we love, don't we? Now, at this moment, Elsie is just speaking out. MS, they've not been at the best of their worlds, but this time, TUF, they're at the receiving end of things. As now Kathir, just eyeing out. Elsie trying to make a move. And there you go, Virus all by his lonesome needs to get his weapon equipped as he kind of fires down on those bullets, but hasn't really connected, just preemptively firing at Elsie's direction. As now, this time he's got some teammates coming in to his aid as he needs to go in for that trade. Did he go or not? No, indeed. Being a little shy, and TUF just on the cusp of getting eliminated over here. Elsie just toying around with him. He knows that there's that perfect time that he needs to strike. But now, Virus just goes out and somehow manages to get the knock. But Ash makes it in time, and Meteor Shot, despite the fact that they are a 3-man squad, still managed to wipe out one of the strongest teams in the lobby.
The timing of Ash. His teammate was about to get confirmed. Healthy was about to be taken out of the equation. The last player of TUF was going for the confirmation onto Healthy when Ash timed in, and the timing saved the team, saved the day for the plot of Metershot Sky. But TUF, well, bad start for them in the map of Sanhok, something they didn't anticipate at all. But this game can also be for the players of Team Grounders Fixers, because they are spread around Camp Alpha, and that is exactly where our circle is. In fact, North Esports as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is exactly, the circle that we really love right now. This is one of those perfect games in which the likes of the grounders need to dominate and win. Because if my memory serves me right, now this is going to be fun because North Esports, they've also dropped over at Hatin. And now I wish I could just take back or change my predictions because it is a far way from where they should be. And it's going to be such a tedious task trying to get inside the zone. But for now, Zen, well, let's see what this lad is up to. As he's just patiently waiting.
He is waiting, and so he's healthy. Look at healthy. He's not giving too many sound cues to the players of Team Magnus. But right now, they don't know that is just Team Magnus that is in the close proximity. But it's just typical Pakistani region. One fight ends, some other teams comes in the close proximity to pick up a fight. And right now, Metershot Sky, they need to be careful because look at Zen. He has eyes set on the players of Team Metershot Sky. The minute any of the player is going to come out in the open, Zen will strike, and he'll make sure that after the knock, he gets a confirmation as well.
It's still just waiting for him. Not budging, not making move. For now, things have opened up as R3D. They decide to go after Hasu from TmwEsports. Did not get the connection right. As a result, he flees away. That's not a good thing, but either ways, I mean, it's been a fun affair because we all love that Western Circle happening around at Sanhok. As now Anubis, well, taking that left peak. Very unconventional, very unorthodox. A Beryl on that laser sight with the 4 times. I'm starting to ponder if he does have another weapon or is he just trying to be ambitious? What do you think? He does indeed. Oh, that's a DBS. Is that?
I think that's a DBS.
Or maybe a QBZ. I don't know. If it's a QBZ, I would definitely want him to use that. I mean,
I hate that weapon.
It's still better than, Beryl 4 times with a laser. At least, at least the stability that gets provided. We've seen, in the Chinese region teams on multiple occasions trying to do that. But players in Pakistan have mastered the art of Beryl on that 4 times. Whoa, we're in for a delight then.
Well, maybe. We never know how much time he has spent in the training ground. Maybe he can pull off a 4-time scope on a M762 because I've seen few of the players put up that 6x scope on the AKM in Miramar and have some good knocks and confirmations. Maybe this time in Sanhok it can happen, but M416 is always the go-to weapon when it comes to Sanhok. I say even if it's a 4-time scope or a 6-time scope. But let's see, Quraysh Esports. Well, they are looking pretty comfortable. They have a compound for their name. They have a hard cover, so things are looking good for them. For now, they have 1 defeat point also, but A+B Esports, well, they have already started their rotation from the complete northern side, from the side of Mongoy. That also means a clear free pathway inside the circle.
Oh, 100%. I mean, right now, I'm still searching for the ones, going for the botation, the infamous botation that we know Sanhok for. But for now, Team Magnus, they've just been prying around. They've been searching for enemies to slay. But I think they might have found one. Or maybe the other way around. Because TFT, they have that higher ground advantage. And FZ is a little complacent or is oblivious about the players of TFT, their position. He might have to pay a very hefty price.
Certainly, Magnus Esports, both Zen and Faster, they are on the low ground. TFD, but TFD, they are spread out in a 2v2 split. But the way they are covering each other's backs and the angles, well, TFD and Cairo, he has the information. There are players right in front of him, and the grenade can be deadly for Faster as well as Zen because they are sticking together. And this is a deadly situation for both the players right now.
Oh, indeed it is. I'll take a look at Cairo. Well, he's spotting everything out. Still not moving a muscle. Just waiting for the right moment to strike. And once it comes, he's gonna go all out. But for now, he's just gonna hold on to his horses. Not let the lead let go. But look at I8. They're still trying to get inside the zone. They're still trying to botch in. For Team Freestyle, they're quite far away from where the circle is. And I'm starting to wonder if they're going to resort to that healing battle. Because this particular circle, well, it's definitely going towards the western side. Regicide have a really good position inside the zone. The Grounders, indeed, they do. But it all comes down to the fights that the Grounders might take. For Quraysh Esports, all they've got to do is take over Camp Alpha, or maybe just go over the Grounders and try and pick them off. Because this is one of those teams that has been at the best of their form lately. I mean, since yesterday, we have been witnessing a very good appraisal in the way they've been playing, especially in the eliminations department, and at the same time maintaining that consistency, and Quraysh becoming such a force to be reckoned with.
Certainly, Quraysh Esports are impressing everyone, but AMR, well, we are yet to see
Finally,
this
the Lynx
weapon in
AMR.
action. It's a deadly weapon, I have to say.
I mean, I've tried that out, and just 2-3 bullets. That's it. 2
Yeah.
bullets. You're done. Even for the vehicle, 3 done. But that comes with a limitation and that huge recoil kick that you get. So that's gonna be really interesting. But for now, I mean, team R3D still at the very center. Regicide and North Esports right beside each other, but still they kind of pretending to be friendly neighbors. Still no shots being taken at. But now, this is the moment. I think something that we really never anticipated. I really thought the circle's gonna end on that western side, but since it has taken that shift, now it kind of becomes really favorable for teams like R3D or maybe Magnus, even I8, for God's sake, to have a chance in this game right now.
Certainly, majority of the teams are sticking on the coastline between that little river separating the two islands. QWERTY, R3D, TmW also. TmW are also having a very good position if the circle tends to go in their favor. The way they are spread out, having the control, I think things might look in their favor as well. But yeah, Quraysh Esports, good rotations coming in, but Faulty Devils are right now falling down as they are picking fight with the plus of T3X Esports. Tyler hits the ground, but Rafe is going to find a knock. No, it's going to be Cairo who's going to find a knock onto Tyrant, and Miracle also goes down. 3X are losing out on the player as the last man standing. Kratos, he's all thrown out there, no cover at all, and he also gets eliminated. That means 3X has been eliminated from the lobby, and Faulty Devils, well, they are looking good with few good defeat points in their favor.
Yeah, I think the Faulty Devils had been so patient and it eventually paid off. But look at the Grounders just going on, getting over the players and getting the better out of Roshan as Sue gets that knock and finish. But Maxi, he's going to try and retaliate back. Does have 5 grenades to work around with, but slippery toes are not really helping these lads, and now they have to back off, and thankfully they have a compound to take. If they did not have that, oh, they were done.
But I'm still skeptical about the position of Grounders. They have the height advantage, and sooner or later they have to come on the lower ground. And the sooner they do so, I think they'll reap rewards of it. Because if they wait for the final moment when the blue is coming in and the next circle also comes in, I think North Esports, well, they might punish them, or maybe some other team like Regicide or also in the close proximity. So Grounders, because we know for sure this final circle is never up on those hill around the Camp Alpha Island. So Grounders, as much information as they have retained, let's see how they are going to play around that information.
Oh yeah, at this point, and it's gonna be interesting to see. Now, but again, I kind of have a different opinion, because if they now they know they've messed up, because again the circle has shifted away from them. That cannot really be helped. But if they go down at this point, it's not gonna be just Regicide. It is also gonna be North Esports who are waiting. Come down, we're gonna take you down. So the best way around this time for the Grounders is to be patient. Let everybody pass away. Be the last ones getting inside the zone, but at least you'd be safe while you're getting down, because the moment they try to do that, this is exactly what I was talking about. You're gonna get shot, and that is what has happened. And there you go, the confirmation's also coming in, but it has been stolen apparently, because Quraysh got that knock and Regicide, they're getting those finishes. And there you go, one more. And the Grounders need to understand the value of patience over there, and since they did not, ah, that's gonna hurt a lot.
Instead of directly going down, they could have gone for a longer rotation from the western northern side, from the waterways maybe, or I don't know. But yeah, grounders right now nothing is working in their favor. They have lost onto their players, but North Esports, the compound they were holding on to is still inside the circle. So that means they can gatekeep the remaining players of grounders. They can pick up the fight with the players of Regicide, or maybe when Regicide tries to cross that river area, they can shoot in the direction, and even R3D is also waiting on the opposite ends. That means North Esports, well, Maxi has been taken down. I'm very sure it's R3D that has taken Maxi down. That means North Esports is also not looking that good as I was thinking they were.
Yeah, it's gonna be such a tedious task, really, to cross over that bridge. Now, that's gonna be called the Red Bridge at this point, because whoever tries to get there, they're gonna get shot at. And for now, I mean, the way the circle has formed, Team Magnus look to have good, pristine control over the area, right at the epicenter of the zone. Right beside them lie the players of TmW and now 52 Esports. They're making a movement. There's a certain cluster being formed. Regicide, they're taking the waterways, but are the players of TFT aware of such an intervention that is going to happen anytime soon? As this is something that we love about the Pakistani region. Just when we are feeling that yes, this is 100% a Western circle, and the gods are like, "Are you sure it is?"
No, but I like the circle. Paradise Resort is there, water is there, little island is there. So that means too much trouble for the teams, because teams were kind of anticipating the same thing, that it is going to be Camp Alpha circle. They went for an early rotation, specifically Quraysh Esports. They're again going for an early rotation towards the other island. So I think it's an interesting circle.
Yeah, it is. No second thoughts about it, because now this is one of those circles that is something we did not anticipate. But what we also did not anticipate was Freestyle and I8 locking horns against each other. Uzum, the captain, the IGL, has been taken down. But look at Ghost and IQ making sure they make those rotations correct and right. They cannot really get towards Uzum because that is going to be such a risky move. But maybe looks like Ghost is wanting to risk his life as a buff. He's taken some massive amount of damage, and now it comes down to IQ to hold on to the fort, spotting out the players, trying to take a few shots at them, and now will have to instantly reposition himself and get himself back to safety.
Well, certainly, but I8, well, 2 players and all the 3 players of Team FS are timing in. Malik gets taken down. He was being a little over greedy and aggressive, and Wasi is going to retaliate as he's going to take down 2 of the players, IQ and as well as Blade from the side of I8.
That hurts, right? Especially the way I8 made those decision making over there. Now just survived by 2 of their players. Uzum has been brought back up, but seems like at the cost of 2 of their players, which I do not feel was the right thing to do. They could have easily fought. They had that higher ground advantage. Instead, just could have sacrificed Uzum, could have gotten those 4 finish points. But now this circle directly goes into the laps of Team Magnus and Shadow. You are almost very close to get what you wanted, that one correct prediction.
No, I chose BABLU after that. First I picked
Was it
Magnus.
changed? I don't think so.
Yeah, I changed it to BABLU. I'm never getting my predictions true. I was thinking the same thing. Had I gone for Magnus, maybe that big fat 0 could have turned to 1.
Now let's just hope that Team BABLU wins it out, because for I8 the chances are very stuck. But for TmW, looking at them going after the players of Quraysh, one more falls down. Maybe flood relief can be taken down as well. Now just survived by the 3 out there. It's going to be so difficult for Quraysh Esports right now. But look at the circle. Magnus is enjoying the fruits of their labor. All they had to move is just barely 20 meters out from where they've dropped. And now suddenly they have the blessings of the circle. Some might call it luck, but I call it well calculated.
Yeah, it's the work of the IGL. The good decisions that are coming in, and apparently all the bad decisions in prediction are coming from my side. But talking about Meteorshot Sky, also they are also looking quite good away from all the commotion and the action, keeping all the players alive in Paradise Resort, finding a safety there. I think that's a good decision to shy away from all the fights, and 13 teams are inside the lobby, so that at least you can get good placement points, because Meteorshot Sky, they need all those points. But right now, two teams that are in the close proximity are the players of QWERTY and TFD. But somewhere else, Team Star is the one that is picking up the fight, and 52 Esports Darko is taking a lot of shots and damage from the side of TFD.
Oh yeah, look at the DBS. All get up and ready. Boom, boom. And there comes that knock. But the trade was really fast coming in as he gets taken down. But I think, I'm pretty sure, he's going to try and get his teammate back to pristine HP as Pain is closing in as Regicides from the far off Ray taking shots at their direction. Not only have they managed to get the better out of the faulty levels, but looking at Faddy. Oh, knock knock. Definitely. Who's it? And it's death. Almost managed to wipe Faddy.
Certainly, and Teen Wolf also getting a few good defeat points onto the plus of Team 52 Esports. But Cairo, how that man is going to survive as he's surrounded by all the three plus of Team QWERTY. He managed to take down one of the players, but can he take down the second one also? But Magnus is also helping as they are doing a third party onto Reggie's side over there. But Noki is the man who has already made it inside the safety of the circle. But Cairo is kicking up a grenade. Can he find the confirmation as he himself is burning into the flames? He need to heal up really fast because Team Reggie's side, well, Noki might Noki gets taken down by North Esports.
And this is where Team BABLU, the fall kind of begins. One of their players being taken down, but they still have managed to get 3 eliminations for themselves. Somehow have made it inside the circle safe and sound, but Hassan stands between them and Team BABLU trying to get inside the circle as Pika. He's going to be lobbing one more grenade, and if that connects, could be a beautiful knock. Oh, has flushed him out. Takes shots, but a little too late, Shadow.
I don't think so. It's too late. Yes, Teen Wolf is bleeding. Pan has already been taken out of the equation. But if they can manage to survive the 3-man squad, and they're certainly going to do so, because Pika OP with that DBS is going to eliminate 52 Esports Hassan OP. But Quraysh Esports Hassan is looking more aggressive, and exactly that is he's going to be rewarded as he takes down not just one, both the players of Team Star and Quraysh Esports. Well, they're looking good. 2-man standing, 2 defeat points in their favor. But Magnus, right now, they are enjoying the safety of the circle. They have the compound. They have everything in their favor right now.
And I can feel that pain in your voice. Oh my goodness. I mean, I did ask you to stop from changing your option, but you were hell-bent. You were reluctant. You were not even budging. You were like, Team BABLU. Alright, so Team BABLU it is. I mean, there's still possibilities, right? They still have 3 of their players, but TMW right now, right in front of them, by R3D, but from the back lines, it is going to be finisher from Magnus, who gets the better out of him. And having that central spot to themselves gives them that 360-degree view, and utilizing all that to their favor. Look at Faddy. One good grenade and Team BABLU might just crumble. Lobs it into perfection. Maybe Pika has to watch out. And there you go. Gets taken down. But still, it's just that one player as Anubis decides to charge in on the players of TMW. Burns him. Instead, gets the knock as well. As now, he's just going to want to hold on to the fort. But 10 seconds remaining. Not enough time to get Faddy back on his feet. But for now, at least Destroyer will be. So R3D still can work it out with 3 of their players still intact.
R3D, the way these guys have improved their gameplay is quite impressive. Be it Sanhok or Miramar, every map they are having a good game. Yesterday also in Miramar they had a very good outing, but right now A+B Esports on Teen Wolf takes them down. But before he get the confirmation, Zibian is going to step in and eliminate the entirety of R3D because it was the only last man standing. But Team BABLU, well, Zibian, he needs to go for the revival, crucial revivals, as BABLU is also closing in. That means there is no time he can go for the rescue. Pika OP will be today.
Oh yeah, he certainly will. As Team Magnus, they're just enjoying themselves, having a gala time. But the moment those smokes dissipate, I mean, it is the end of the world for all the other teams, because for now, Zerbaf spotting out Halsey out in the open, Ash also being taken down, and there you go. That marks the end for Meteorshot X Sky. But this has been such a good outing, especially when they're playing as a 3-man lobby, have still, managed to come this far. Now only the final 3 remain: Freestyle, Magnus, and Team BABLU. And there's a chance if Zibyan just lets Freestyle and Magnus fight it out and eventually eliminates the final guy, he could come out as victorious. And well, maybe we finally get to see that one right beside your name.
Maybe the hope is still there. The hope is still there. But Magnus have the numbers advantage, and all the probability is saying this is the game for Magnus to lose. And Freestyle, yes, they are trying to come from the northern side, but they don't have the safety of the circle. They have to move inside. But Mom too, well, his position has already been given away. That means the moment he's going to come out in the open, draw lane or finisher will be ready to shoot in his direction. Zabaf's position has already been given away. All that can help them are the smoke wall which they are trying to create right now.
Oh yeah, Colin in the meanwhile maybe could have spotted him out. But Zarbaf, oh my goodness. Let's see. Oh, gets taken down over there as Zen is the one dishing out the damage. As now Team Magnus still 4-man strong. Mom2, there's no chance on earth that he's going to try and come in as Zibyan. He's going to resort to that healing battle for himself, work around with as much first aid as he can, as Team Magnus 1 inch closer to get that glorious chicken.
Well, certainly, because it's only Mom2 from the side of A+B+C+D Esports, and he's already going for the heal battle if I'm not wrong. But Zibyan finds a knock on to draw lane, but Faster is going to retaliate and put an end to the side of Team BABLU, and Team BABLU has been eliminated at 3rd position. But now it's time for Mom2, as Finisher is already hunting for him, luring him out of the hard cover through those grenades, but it's the blue zone that is going to take him down. And Team Magnus, well, they got a winner chicken dinner for themselves with good defeat points. That means 7 elimination points to be specific, and right now they are in the 2nd position in the overall rank also.
Yeah, now this is something that we would take with open arms, right? Magnus Esports playing this well is something that was expected from their side, and this is lovely, and and they have propelled themselves to that 2nd position in terms of that overall leaderboards, and things are getting so much more spicier. What a game of Sanhok it was. I mean, we were anticipating the circle to be going towards that western side. Suddenly, it decides to take a switch towards that central island, and that is where Magnus was just blessed with the zone. All they had to do was hold on to that compound and hold on to their dear lives, and they did, and eventually walked out victorious.
Well, certainly they walked out victorious, but yeah, it was the patience also. Magnus had the patience to be a little silent and just hold on to the compound. That kind of panned out really well in their favor.
Oh yeah, indeed it did. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be pushing for a short little break. We'll be right back. You don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, after this short little break, you are watching the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan 2022 Fall Split powered by Oppo. And we did take a glimpse at that sexy new phone, the Oppo F21 Pro. And a huge shout out to them because they are the sponsors of this tournament and of the entire PUBG Mobile Pakistan Esports region. And joining along with this time with me is the maestro himself, who's been going bonkers with his prediction. Lakshya, welcome. And Well, did you predict such a circle shift though?
Well, again, the zone is what every single time is going to be throwing a curveball, and to be very honest, I did not anticipate that sort of a curveball being thrown from the zone. But at the same time, as we look at, of course, Magnus's player Zen walking away with the MVP this time around. Now, Magnus, of course, they had a perfect game this time around with all the 4 players standing for themselves, and of course we saw them walk away with that chicken dinner, and off of which 7 elimination points is what they got, but 5 of them are in favor of Zen himself with 0 healings done.
Oh yeah, and now it's time to take a look at the top players. I mean, it was something that, you know, Magnus, all they had to do was hold on to that compound, and that was pretty much it. But the Faulty Devils, they were in action right from the very start. The players of even Freestyle, I loved how they just went after Team I8, wiping them off. Wasi and Mom2, finally Wasi gaining some little confidence for himself, and Mom2 just taking his team to #2 position. TmW, we know they have those good Sanhok games every single time they come in, and this time also at the 6th position, not too shabby. But Freestyle, courtesy to those 11 eliminations, they still end at top in the first spot with 23 points. Magnus, well, despite getting that chicken dinner, will have to settle with just 22. But Team BABLU, the team that Shadow picked at the very end, had she gone for Magnus Blotter, I think she would have finally had that one right beside her name.
Definitely could have been, but at the same time, I mean, this time around we saw Freestyle really deliver the kind of punches that we knew that they are capable of. I mean, we saw that fight from FS against the players of I8, and that was a very important fight right there for Freestyle. And after having moved against the players of I8, and of course getting them eliminated as well, that is where a big boost, I believe, was given to Freestyle's players as well. But again, as we do see, the chicken dinner was not in their favor. At the same point in time, the points definitely favored them. Now I just hope that they keep bringing this sort of a play in the upcoming games as well, because we want to be able to see FS rise up to the occasion. And again, this week number 2, now this is where the teams are going to be reaching that middle marker of the tournament, and they need to really keep a very keen eye towards that Livik map as well.
Oh yeah, for sure, have to. And the Faulty Devils, well, I mean, it was a good game for them. Now, taking a look, like you said, at the highlights, it was, we were all thinking that this could be the Grounders game, or maybe the Regicide, because how they had situated or rather stationed themselves at the western side of the map. But that is something that the gods of PUBG Mobile were not okay with, as you could see teams and bodies just falling down left, right and center. But it came down, you know, these particular fights. Well, Pika, and we've seen the DBS in action for quite a long time, you know, all these teams resorting for that. And look at Anubis just barely surviving over here with that, with barely in HP. I think he was just on 2 or 3 points of health.
Absolutely, and with that, of course, we saw Magnus walking away with that chicken dinner for themselves. As we move towards the damage graph this time around, we are looking at different teams that have been able to participate, all the way from Magnus towards TFD. I mean, these teams have had a really good run on the map of Sanhok, but after that, of course, our names that were unanticipated. Of course, we've got I8 right there with 600 damage, but only 1 elimination point confirmed for their side. At the lower end, at the receiving end rather, it's TUF now. TUF, they have not really been able to get good games compared to week 1 and now week 2's performance. TUF has definitely gone down quite a big chunk.
Oh yeah, I think it's been a steady fall for them, and I don't think that's gonna work out if they keep on playing like this, because TUF, the way they started off yesterday, you know, I really felt that this is one of those teams that has the potential to take those chicken dinners, but they did not really utilize it the way they were supposed to. They were getting a little cocky, and today's day hasn't been fortunate for them. I mean, the start surely hasn't been. Maybe if they pick up the pace in the next games to come, things could be a lot different. But I think today has been about Magnus playing really well. Metershot X Sky, one of those teams that was kind of languishing at the very bottom of the table, they are picking up the pace. And the Faulty Devils, a much needed game for them. You know, those 7 eliminations are definitely going to come in handy. And talk about Freestyle, you know, team that drops off at the docks area. They've somehow managed to secure that #2 position as we take a look at the overall rankings. And it is the second page, ladies and gentlemen. We might have missed the first. But yeah, the Faulty Devils, look at that huge climb, you know, 4th spots. And then again, the same goes for TmW, always relying on that Sanhok match to help them secure those important points.
Absolutely, and of course, as we do have the second page on our screens, TmW, TFD, both of these teams have been able to get a really good game, and that can be clearly shown from the position jump that they've got. But on the first page, we have BABLU leading the charge right now. Magnus Esports just 3 points shy, sitting on that second position for now, and then comes in I8 at 66 points with the third position taken over from their side. So again, a big difference that can be seen in terms of how week 2 is ironing out for I8, and definitely the team of Freestyle that we did just see in this game walking away with a decent game, pushing themselves on the 5th position. With that, 2 games are done, 3 more do remain. Let's have a look at the schedule now, where we will see where exactly are we going to be looking at these teams participating. Well, it is going to be the map of Miramar once again for these teams.
Oh yeah, Miramar again. This time we have the teams from Group C sitting this one out. Now talking about Group C, I think TUF, 3X Esports, North Esports, TmW, out of which 3 were prime contenders in the map of Miramar. We've seen them pull off some really good plays, and now Group D will be back in action, which means Quantum Rage, QWERTY, H2E, and TmwEsports will be back with the lobby, and they would be happy. I mean, as long as you don't get to play Sanhok, it's all right. It's all handy dandy for these teams.
Absolutely, but again, when it comes down to the change of pace that will be expected on the map of Miramar, we will have to find out where the zone is going to be dictating these fights, because after all, it is the zone that will matter and that will factor in as to what team is going to be walking away with the chicken dinner. But again, as you perfectly mentioned, when it comes down to the change of group as well, the basic draw line over here is going to be how exactly are the changes going to be faced. If at all there'll be any drop contestations, if at all none, because after all in the Pakistan lobby, in the Pakistan region, we've seen that from week 1 to week 2 a lot of difference has been showcased from the way the teams are actually participating in those fights, and the over aggression that was showcased from week 1 has kind of been nulled down a little in week 2.
Oh yeah, it certainly has, because right now it's quite difficult, it's quite complicated to understand the pace, but we'll talk about that. But it's time for predictions, Lakshay, and this is something that we both are loving. We are on tie. We would want someone between us to take the lead, because again, competition, I like it.
That is true. That is definitely
Which team are you
true.
going
But
for?
this time around on the map of Miramar, I do want to be able to see the players of T20 QWERTY either perform really, really well, or we could have Magnus walk away with the chicken dinner. So I'm kind of in transition between these two. I think I'm going to go with the Magnus Esports this time around.
You're gonna go with Magnus. I think I kind of have this little hunch that maybe this is one of those games there. Let's say QWERTY stages a comeback, because
right,
people might say they're not in the best of the forms, but I know it is just that one game. Team QWERTY needs to bounce back in at least to the top 3, and that is where they would want to be, because right now their current position is something that I'm not really enjoying.
Absolutely. Again, that is the comeback story that we do want to be able to see, especially from the side of QWERTY, of course. But will they be able to capitalize on the situation? Will they be able to make those rotations count for themselves or not? We've seen the likes of Magnus find themselves in a perfect position in terms of the way that they are able to handle the zones moving away from them, and then the rotation works out perfectly. And now it's all about capitalization for Magnus. So yeah, it's definitely looking like a really good pick for the chicken dinner. But again, only time will answer if at all our point difference will be created from this game or not.
Only time's gonna tell, and I'm kind of excited for that. What's gonna happen? Who's gonna win? Who's gonna get that chicken? Who's gonna get it all? But in a few moments, we're gonna get into the map of Miramar, and ladies and gentlemen, who do you think will be getting the chicken? Because today's day has been all about Miramar. Out of the 5, we've got 3 Miramars in play. We're still yet to see that Erangel matchup, but now it is time that we take it up to the skies as the flight path trajectory lies right in front of us, going all the way from La Trilera to El Azhar.
Well, again, it's going to be helping out the teams, and of course their drop locations are not going to be too much of a trouble, because the map is going to be map is going to be, of course, dissected in equal halves, which is going to be a-okay for all these teams. At the same time, we talk about 52 Esports, a team that loves to go towards that ruins area for themselves. They are going to be doing exactly the same thing, but can this game be the one where they can bring in a change in terms of the pace that we expect from 52 Esports to be able to dominate? Sadly, it's not been the case as of yet, but maybe this could be the change that we all want to be able to see from this game onwards for 52 Esports' journey in, of course, PMPL Pakistan region. Along with that, we do have, of course, the side of BABLU making a 2-man split coming in from their side, and we've seen that on the map of Miramar, they actually do change their drop contestations, their drop locations quite a lot. I mean, the first game itself that we saw from BABLU side on the map of Miramar, they went down towards the prison island, and this time around, it seems like Team Wolf is creating a lead of his own, whereas teammates are all going to be surrounded. And again, it's no problem at all for now, because the contestation is not going to be theirs for BABLU. As far as, of course, Los Leones is concerned, we've seen I8 love to always drop down towards that area, but this time around on the map of Miramar, will they be stopped? Will there be any team that will be able to contest against the players of I8, or will I8 be able to capitalize on the perfect position that they are finding themselves in and also get those points for themselves? Because week 1 we saw them dominate, but week 2 it is looking like a difficult task for I8 to be able to overcome, but again, not too difficult as well, because we know the caliber that I8 present.
Yeah, I think they've already started their day with a bang, and the second game they kind of got a little overzealous there in that situation. They could have done a lot of things, but wanted to try and protect Uzum, as a result of which they committed too much. Rather, I would have really loved if they fought it out against Freestyle, because that would have been better that way. But a few changes, like we can see in this particular matchup, is that H2E and Team BABLU, they've decided to drop off at Chumaceras, a place where TUF usually tends to head on to, and as a result of which, I mean, there could be that clash. Teen Wolf has to be very, very silent, has to be very careful, because it is the entire horde. At least 3 players is what I can see can go after him, and his teammates are around Valademar. So that is a cause of concern. But look at the grounders. Look at the split that they're having, that they're enjoying at this moment. Whereas even for the same goes for Freestyle. I'm just getting worried if they will get sandwiched between 3 players and the class player of Team Magnus in between.
Indeed, that could be the case, but for now it seems like Freestyle is going to be a-okay, because Magnus have themselves split bouts as well. I mean, we've got Finisher all by his lonesome. Along with that, of course, his teammates themselves are not around in the vicinity, so taking on that fight for Magnus will probably not be the right moment, at least not right now. The Grounders, though, I'm baffled in terms of how over-aggressive are they trying to be right here, because of the way they've got themselves split across, all the way from, of course, north. We can see on the map they are playing their own individual saga, and this is going to be a very difficult conversion if at all the Grounders get caught, because all of the players, they are so far away from each other. Even one of them goes down, the revival is going to be almost next to impossible, as we do see the players of R3G Nocto making a very close rotation from Jalsa's position, and the Grounders Jalsa all by his lonesome. We'll have to see if at all that first blood is going to be drawn between these 2 teams, or could it be Teen Wolf from BABLU who might be able to spot down the players of H2E. I'm sure Teen Wolf already has been able to see where H2E's players are making that rotation from, but will they deliver? Will they capitalize on that situation? It definitely seems like Zebian has been called to this exact same area where Teen Wolf is. So now a perfect 2-man split is going to be showcased from BABLU, and all of it is going to be brought down to who will get this first blood right now, as we do have TmwEsports on our screens, a team that is sitting at the final position, the 20th position as of now in the overall ranking.
Yeah, I mean, talking about, these teams right now, it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to move on ahead with their games, right? Especially like you've been discussing, right? We've got some teams like, let's say, TmwE Esports, even for the likes of H2E. They did gain some ground, but team the Faulty Devils also in the previous game. But this game is going to be so important for the likes of 52 Esports, for the likes of Triple, and Quraysh. I think they've been holding on pretty well. But this circle is all about, I think, Team BABLU making the right movements, even for the likes of the Regicide. Because this is, again, one of those teams that knows how to play across Miramar. They've had few success, even in the past. And all they've got to do is make the right decision making. Because yesterday, I remember the first game of Miramar, they absolutely got shredded apart as Sibyan, spotting out JD from H2E. They decided to take a few shots, and I'm pretty sure with the arm does not make it the mile afar, right? It is one of those weapons that is good at those close range situations, even decent with a mid range. If you have some decent amount of scopes, that gun barely produces any recoil, is quite stable. But once you're talking about the the longer distance, that's where the bullet drop also comes into play, and it's so difficult to connect the bullets. And even if you do, the damage is so minimal that it barely even matters. You literally have to spray a single mag to your opponent to maybe try and secure that knock.
Indeed, and that is something that BABLU Zibian did try, but definitely will not be able to get any progress done over there against the players of H2. But at the same time, he also did have a Mini 14 as well. Now, Mini 14, we know in those sort of distances definitely comes to the rescue for all these teams and players. But at the same time, talking about that first blood, well, it has still not been drawn by any of these teams. We do have Regicide on our screens as they make a rotation of their own. Now, again, talking about Regicide and their positioning, we saw them earlier. They were surrounded, or rather not surrounded, but they were in close contestation against the player Jalsa from the Grounders side as well. Now, the Grounders split has finally been called ahead, and they are now all very, very close to the positioning of Regicide as well. So now Regicide need to be very cautious in terms of how exactly are they going to be able to deliver this game for themselves, and the points that they are hoping to accumulate, will they be allowed to? For now, again, as we do have towards the northern side, team T20 QWERTY are also going to be making a rotation towards the center of the zone, and up from the farthest distance towards the blues, we do have Metershot's players as well. Now, Metershot's players, they are in the blues, but they hopefully should start making that rotation, and once they do, they are going to be joining into the fight from the northern side. As we did see on the map, we had 52 Esports also go towards the northwestern side of Ruins area. Now they've made that rotation as well, as they get themselves closer and closer towards the edge of the zone. For now, on our screen is going to be the Grounders players. Now the Grounders, we saw them getting closer to the positioning of Regicide. Regicide does not seem like Regicide have any idea as to where this team of the Grounders is. And at the same time, in the mini map, we can see the Grounders, they have a compound, and they've got a two-man split as well. So a lot of information is being retained from the Grounders side. But as of now, no connection, no retaliation has been showcased.
Yeah, it's just a standard game of Miramar, right? Have enough information, just try to chip away some damage, try to, get those chinks in their armor, right? Find it and get those knocks, and that really helps. But for now, I mean, Regicide, knock knock, he's trying to spot them out. Maybe just being very careful, very cautious. But their circle favoring the lads of I8, and very rarely do they let go of it. Now this is where in Los Leones you have that god building that you have to take control of, and if I8 can successfully manage to do that, they would have so much information to work around with. As team T20 QWERTY, they are getting inside the zone. Team Star, they yet to enter in as well. But Triple Esports, and then you've got the likes of Magnus, just trying to get over the epicenter. And now the big question is, are Magnus going to decide to hit on to those compounds on Los Leones, or are they just going to hold around somewhere on the southwestern sides of La Bendita?
Well, for now, we're still waiting for the contestation to start begin. For the fight to start right here on the map of Miramar. All the players now, again, they have been playing in the lobby. They know the advances that the opponent teams are going to be making. And that is what now has resulted in week 2 being a little bit of a stalemate between these fights. But at the same time now, as the zone will start moving and has already constructed on top of itself, the teams are going to get closer and closer. And just a few more minutes before we are going to be drawn towards a fight. H2E's Gyan on top of this compound with his Scarlet in his hand definitely has spotted down the players, but will he decide to retaliate? Will he decide to take on those shots against the players of the Grounders? And the Grounders themselves are being hammered on from the side of FS. Now, FS Malik was the man who was able to bring in those shots, but at the same time, the Grounders will retaliate and Malik will go down as well. So both the teams have taken a trade, but as of now, no confirmed point has been drawn from either sides.
Oh yeah. At this point, Malik, he's just gonna fall down to his date as the crate has been created. But just when the Grounders thought they had some ground, it is gonna be H2E just coming in from the backlines. Kian readjusting himself, goes after Sue as two of his teammates just come in. This is perfect execution coming out of H2E as Mr. Black. He's taken some massive amount of damage. Does have that grenade to work around with. Assad cooking it up. Any single moment he's just gonna lob over. He knows exactly the position of Mr. Black, the final player of their squad, as H2E has taken complete control of this fight.
Oh, they have done so beautifully, gracefully indeed, and just capitalizing on that perfect moment right there. H2E will be able to eliminate the players of the Grounders as the Grounders become the first team to get targeted upon from FS and then from H2E, and now they are not going to be able to, of course, get any points because only one elimination point was confirmed for the Grounders as they get eliminated on the 16th position. With the way the zone is looking, it is very much in contestation for I8 to be able to capitalize on this, but at the same point of time, there are still so many other teams that are making that rotation. As we were talking about it from the northern side, we can see Metershot's players finally getting out of the blues. They're still slow, but surely they are going to be moving towards the zone. At the same point in time, from the southern side, we can see 52 Esports players have made their presence felt as well as they get closer towards TFD's position. Now, TFD themselves need to be very cautious of the area that they are in. Of course, they've got the compound, but will that result in, it seems like 52 Esports are the one who are going to be able to capitalize on TFD's position as one of their players, Rafai, has already gone down. TFD on the move for now, and as we talk about moves, the zone once again helping out the players of I8 as they are still going to be in the pretty much the center of the zone.
Oh yeah. Now, this circle shift is going to be so crucial, to be honest. At this point, 52 Esports, Hassan, he's got the players of TFT right in front of him, as now they have to move a lot of miles inside the circle as Cairo, before it even happened, gets a beautiful knock, and even Payne shows himself as Cairo responds, retaliates back. This is good holding coming in from the Faulty Devils, but they also do understand the gravity of the situation. They know they've got to get inside the circle instead of taking this particular fight. As Cairo, having closed it, is he ready for the fight? As Daku from the backline spots him out, but it's going to be Joker who gets the knock. But now Cairo has to somehow stay alive as his comrades do come in handy and trying to protect him, as Daku still trying to lob a few more grenades as their fight has got so much more intensified.
Oh, it definitely has, and this is what 52 Esports needed to be able to capitalize on this entire saga. And TFD, they're trying their level best, but are left down with just a 2-man squad. Make that one, because Tyler, he is now going to have to become the rescuer of his team, because his teammates are already going down. 52 Esports have taken a little bit of their damage has been taken from Daku's side, I believe, but at the same time, now for TFD, Styler, he's the only man surviving from the three different areas. 52 Esports can definitely capitalize and just bring this fight to a perfect point conversion for them. At the same time, we do have, of course, Quantum Rage also taking on shots at the other side of this entire map, and TFD get eliminated right here from our screens as they will be the team that fall down on the 15th position. Now, Magnus Esports, they are going to be towards the northern side of Los Leones. At the same time, they've got the compound, so they're just patiently waiting for the teams to make a rotation, as well as what the zone is going to be dictating these fights for, to be moving ahead. For now, again, it is going to be focused on the fight that we saw in the kill feed a little bit earlier. Quantum Rage were taking shots out in the open towards the northern side of the zone. They are going to be in close contestation right here, because right across them is going to be Metershot's players as well. Now, Metershot, they need this fight to be theirs, and it seems like from the mini-map towards the top right-hand side, we can see the pink team of Metershot are going to be running away, as they are not interested in taking on this fight, at least yet.
At least for now. But look at H2E. Oh, they're closing in on the players of Freestyle, and we've got to see if they are prepared for it at this point, as for now, Mom2 has taken some damage. Well, There you see Katir trying to get a little bit of that ground, try to get that little bit of a higher up area. But outside the play zone, R3D, they're falling down as the zone is starting to shrink. And Blotter, this is what we call is a urban circle, and it gets so twisted to approach this one. Now teams like Quraysh, I8, they've got such good control, such good ground, and same goes for the players of Team BABLU. Team Magnus, they're trying to enter in. Team QWERTY, they're gonna have a tough time. Let's see what happens.
Absolutely, as the zone you perfectly mentioned is going to be moving towards an urban finish for these teams. I8 looking very comfortable in terms of how they've gotten their hold of this entire zone. At the same point of time, from the south, we can see BABLU have made their presence felt as well. But we are looking at 14 teams in total, 52 players still alive. So even though it's an urban finish, it's just not going to be big enough for all of these players and teams to be able to share the area of Los Leones. And now, of course, as these teams start making those rotations, Quraysh Esports, the teams that do find themselves in the zone itself, already present at Los Leones, are the ones who will be able to utilize their position and get those shots. As we can see, Quraysh Esports were trying exactly that, but sadly no point was confirmed for their side. I8's Ghost taking on shots against the rotating team of 52 Esports, as 52 Esports themselves have taken a loss. One of their players has been eliminated. I8's Uzum also bringing in those shots against, of course, Johnny Sins right there, as JD brings himself down to his knees. A chaotic fight is what this Los Leones area is going to be converted into as we start slowly looking towards the different areas and angles. Metershot, well, my apologies, Magnus, this is the team that moved on from the northern side of the zone and are being very, very quiet. We do see Drolan up front, and he's so very close to the positioning of course, TmwEsports, but as of now, they're being very quiet. They're not making their presence felt or known. That is Magnus's side, but all the other teams, well, they are capitalizing on the situation that they're in, as we have I8 on our screens with a perfect nade. It seems like this time around, they are going to be spotting down the players of FS, and the previous game's elimination is definitely a rivalry that I8 is going to try and bring back against the players of FS.
Oh yeah, I mean that could happen. This we did see in the map of Sanhok. Now this is the perfect time. The buff being taken down, and we were talking about it. Whoever takes control of this god building is gonna have a massive advantage. And Wasi, somehow managing to save himself. But this nade from Blade could be really crucial if it is lobbed into perfection. Mom2 taking a decent amount of damage, but somehow Freestyle managed to recover as Uzum. He's gonna continue on with this onslaught. And I really hope the players of I8 do know what they're doing right now, because they've gotten all their direction, all their attention to that one particular direction. In order, I managed to get one more knock. Look at IQ trying to find out those angles. If he can spot it out, does spot out Mom2, but they instantly spray at his direction, missing out, whiffing those shots. And now Freestyler aware of that little flank, of that little intervention coming in by IQ, but I do not think Uzum is going to stop at anything at all, as Magnus decide to go after the players of Quantum Rage.
Absolutely, a senior will be eliminated from the lobby thanks to Magnus's approach right there, and now their rotation, the team from the northern side of Magnus is going to be, of course, making their presence felt. At the same point of time, it seems like Quraysh Rafe is going to be able to spot that rotating player of Magnus as Drolan does go down. At the same point of time, the zone has moved itself, shifted itself towards the northern side, where Magnus, if they're able to just utilize their position right there, this could be a very good game for them as well, as I8's players, we can say, are going to have to leave that building to get themselves in towards the zone itself. From the southern side, we do have 52 Esports, BABLU still far, far away from the zone for now.
For now, that's a thing to speak about. But for now, the way this circle has shifted a little bit towards the northern side. Now T20 QWERTY also have a good chance in trying and winning this game around, because now they have some solid cover. They do have that little bit of a center to themselves. They're well split apart. IQ spotting out Assad. Will instantly get the knock as Khan on the other side gets the better out of Kian. As T20 QWERTY, they're on the prowl right now. They are searching for those eliminations. The big question is, can they get the confirmation here, Lakshay?
Well, again, the position definitely is going to be played to perfection right here from QWERTY's side, as they perfectly spray on down the players of H2E. At the same point of time, now Magnus Esports getting eliminated on the 13th position. 12 teams do remain. I8 are coming in as well, and they are trying to get many more points. Pan from BABLU side has gone down. Quraysh Esports as Hasni has been able to capitalize on that loss from Pan, of course, and that in turn will also leave BABLU with just a 2-man army for now. At the same point of time, for Quraysh Esports, they have, of course, just perfectly sprayed down the players of BABLU, as BABLU is left with just a 1-man army. That's going to be Zebian, and TmwEsports is nowhere. There's absolutely nowhere that he can hide, as it seems like the fight is going to be for Quraysh Esports, but the point, it seems like, will be taken away from Regicide.
This is interesting. You know, Regicide just went in for that finish. In turn, they had to pay the hefty price. And Zebian, he's getting shot from some other direction, as I think it's going to be Jaguar with his bolt action finds that final finish. And Hasni has a slight idea of where Knock Knock is because of that smoke. He's given his position away, but still Knock Knock unfazed. He was trying to play those mind games, and now Hasni is got to watch out for him. Regicide are very well split apart from each other. Still the circle in their favor, but next shift is going to be so crucial. That's going to determine which team are the front runners getting this wonderful chicken.
Absolutely, as the zone does make a curveball shift towards the west, and along with that, the spray is being connected from the side of Quraysh Esports' player Hasni right there up on top. Is perfect control right there. But at the same time, we are left with just 10 teams remaining, 32 players alive in this small little area. This urban finish, this chaotic zone is going to definitely bring in a lot of third parties and a lot of chaotic fights in the next few minutes itself, because there's not enough room for all these players to share this area, and that's exactly what is being showcased as I8. They're still not yet done from Freestyle, as Freestyle's misery continues on. They have made the rotation, but yeah, they've also made that rotation in front of I8, and I8, they will do whatever it takes to bring down FS.
Oh yeah, whatever it takes. And for now, I8, well, let's see what's gonna happen. They've already deployed all the smokes, but the big problem is how do they get inside, right? It's just not about FS anymore. It is about trying to breach the compounds of Regicide, as from the backlines we can see Quantum Rage, they are losing out on their players, and Gangsta, he's aware of that. And JD, well, he might get spotted down, but before that, Gravity falls on his feet, and now TmwEsports have a fight amidst them, as now it is against Mom2, barely surviving with a sliver of HP. As there you go, Gangster goes out, but now he's got to face not just one but two players of Freestyle with not a lot of healings left. Still managed to get the better out of him, but the trades are in order as Wasi gets the better out of this lad, as Khan wanted to trade him back, but that's going to be so difficult for him at this given moment.
Indeed it is, because again, the area is just not big enough for so many teams to be able to share that exact with Magnus also approaching. TmwEsports in a very tough position will find themselves. At the same point in time, I8's players, well, they have made an opening into the zone itself, and even though they've lost Blade, one of their players, they are looking very comfortable in terms of how they're pushing on through against the players and positioning of course, R3G. Now, Regicide themselves, they are scattered. I8 is moving in like a bunch, and that punch can very well be felt from Regicide, but it seems like Regicide perfect control right there as Uzum goes down. Now I8 left with just a 2-man squad. A Ghost down to almost a sliver of HP. TmwEsports, Voltrix also knows exactly where I8 are coming in from. At the same point in time, the next 5 seconds, the zone is going to be constricting once again. So a very big push from I8 is going to be required if they want to be able to survive this next upcoming onslaught, because so many teams already know exactly where I8's players are at the same point of time. It is it is looking likely to be the end of I8 right now because of the openness that they jumped in from. It's all boiled down to one final player, IQ, and IQ will have to get that revival done at the same point of time, push in through to make their 2-man army count.
Oh, that's hard though.
Tough.
Yeah, could not do anything about it. He was just caught between a rock and a hard place there, and there was no way he could have seen it through, right? But for I8, they've somehow managed to recover. Knock has been knocked out. It comes down to Baz and Ashad to try and finish the better out of Team I8, because Now, they still are a two-man strong squad, but Magnus, they still have 4 of their players alive. And AAA Esports, they were in here right from the very beginning, but here comes that push. And Sultana just stepping out, but gets knocked down. A beautiful prone shot coming out from Psycho at the right time, just bending in a 360-degree shot being sprayed. But for now, Star, they want to make sure they have all their utilities used, but not at the right spot. Had they used it perfectly well, I think this could have been a multiple knock Molotov.
Indeed, it definitely should have been, in fact, is what I will say, because Team Star's God Fury, he's the only player surviving. He needs to get that revival done to his teammates as well, which is not looking easy. At the same point of time, it seems like Knock is going to be pushing on against the positioning of I8, as I8 final player does go down and I8 get eliminated. With that, 4 teams remain. Magnus looking very comfortable with all the 4 players still surviving from their side. At the same point of time, the push that they're making from the southern side is going to be absolutely played out to perfection because of how much control Magnus will have as they start slowly but surely covering these buildings. At the same point of time, as we did just say, 4 teams remain. In those 4, we have, of course, Quraysh Esports, Red Side, as well as Quantum Rage's 1 final player.
Yep. And now, JD is just prone in, waiting for maybe someone to make some mistakes, because still inside the circle. But, someone must be wondering, what on earth is that buggy doing in the middle of the battlegrounds? Let's just lob a grenade or maybe a Molotov, try to flush someone out. But Faster, I think he's going to be the one who's going to sniff him out. And there you go. Not an issue, but it was Rafe who gets that final confirmation. And Quantum Rage, again, a very consistent performance from their side, getting a top 4 finish. As Magnus, they're really looking on to get that chicken dinner. But the big question is, how do they get themselves inside that circle?
Exactly. That is where the line is being drawn against the players of Magnus Esports. Even though numbers advantage is theirs for the taken, it is going to be Regicide who are looking very much in control and contestation for this chicken dinner. At the same point of time, of course, Quraysh Esports, the way they've got themselves fanned out in that building, they've got a lot of area control. And they've got, of course, being up on top of that building, they are going to be able to just gatekeep the situation against the players of Magnus. But well, we shall see if at all Magnus can find an opening right here or not, because Quraysh Esports, as we were just talking about it, they have the height advantage, they have the information being retained. Regicide have the compound working for them. Things not looking too good for Magnus for now.
At least for now. That's the catch. You never know what can happen, because if Quraysh and Regicide fight it out amongst each other, that is a perfect cue for Team Magnus to make an entry, as Zen somehow has managed to take down Rafe. And this is something that Regicide is going to take up with open arms, as Hasni comes down below, try and trigger that revive. But with that 8th circle coming in, I do not know if that's the wisest of decisions to make, because now this was the perfect time for Magnus to try and push in, but they did not. They managed to secure that knock, but since they were kind of cautious about Regicide, did not make any of those hasty movements, as Hasni just comes out in the open, eventually has to pay the price, as gets knocked by Knock, as now Finisher just opening up, a Trollin in the meanwhile getting a knock over there on towards Knock, as now just the final 2 remain, Ashad and Baz. As Team Magnus, they are inching away to their chicken dinner. Ashad has to make a beautiful play, but it was well read, as Faster almost getting knocked, but does not matter, as Magnus have somehow managed to secure this chicken dinner. What a scintillating form are these lads going through, and again that #2 position secured for themselves in that overall ranking, courtesy to that chicken dinner. Today is Magnus Esports Day, and a back-to-back coming for them. You cannot expect for more.
Indeed. I mean, that was played safe, but played to perfection from the side of Magnus. At the same point of time, for R3D right there, the push that was made from them, of course, that was out of no area that was left for them. There was nothing that they could have done. But at the same point of time, again, Magnus, they played it cool, and thus were able to, of course, get that chicken dinner for themselves. With that, 14 elimination points is what they got, along with, of course, the chicken dinner. That is a very good game for Magnus right now. And, of course, they ought to be feeling very happy as well. Yeah. But at the same point of time, now, the Week 2 overall storyboard, it is so close. It's not just one team leading the charge. So many of these teams are bringing in perfect plays back to back. That is making the fight that much more close between all of these teams in the lobby.
Oh yeah, things have gotten so much tight, and with Magnus securing another chicken, they are inching close to BABLU. But we're going to talk more about that after this short little break.
and welcome to PUBG Mobile right here, PMPL, and this Pakistan region is turning into a very aggressive one in week 2, of course, as we joined in with Shadow, and a big thanks to Oppo for making this all happen. Now again, Shadow, this was a close game on the map of Miramar, but at the same point of time, did you have any other expectations as to how and where the zone was shifting? Did you see any other team that could have maybe clutched it out apart from Magnus?
Well, until the very end, I didn't expect that it is going to be an urban finish circle in Los Leones, because I tend to see that the circle always shies away from the urban city or the compounds. But yes, this time it all came down to which team is having the best position, or which team is having the perfect projectile with those grenades and the molotovs, because it was all about the grenades, the molotovs, and the height angle which the players of Team Magnus were holding on to, especially Drolin, and he's the MVP as well, with 6 eliminations to his name.
Absolutely, a perfect game right there for Magnus again, and I love the approach from Magnus Esports right there, as they were not being too very cocky, they were not being too pushy, they were playing it safe, and that is how they were able to convert the game for themselves. At the same point of time, I8, they tried their level best, they fought a really good fight, but again, in the end, they did not have the zone working for themselves, and they had to fight their way through, where indeed they just kept on losing out on their players, and in the end, of course, were eliminated. At the same point of time, a decent game, a decent outing for Regicide as well from this one.
To say the way Team Regicide, Team Star have been playing in Quraysh Esports, they have been impressing me. In fact, Team Star, the improvement in their gameplay is perfectly showing in the overall ranking as well. But talking of the ranking, this time it is Team Magnus who is on the top with 29 points, and Quraysh Esports on the second position with total of 17 points.
Absolutely, as we do, of course, have BABLU this time around not making a good outing on the map of Miramar, as they were finished on 13th. They were eliminated with only 2 points for themselves. FS, they were stuck in a very difficult position as they found themselves across the compound of I8, and then from there the rotation was made from Freestyle as well, but sadly to no avail. At the same point in time, of course, the points, they are so very close, but talk about aggression. Looking at Quantum Rage sitting on the 5th position with only 1 elimination, 8 points for the placement points, and 9 points in total is what they got. So a perfect game, but at the same point of time, we still do have 2 more games remaining. One on Erangel, I believe, and one on Miramar once again. So yeah, a very big opportunity that will be provided in this with this upcoming game, especially because I think I8 this time around will not be playing, if I'm not wrong. We will find out. We will confirm that for sure.
I think it is Group B that is sitting out. So I think it's Magnus, Quraysh, and Star, and 52 that are sitting out, right?
Okay. All right. No, that's why I wanted to confirm that as well. Yeah. Because I, for some odd reason, thought that I8 is not going to be playing this match number 4. But never mind all of that, because it's always a big boon, right? When I8 is not part of the lobby, it's a big boon because of the other teams they can start capitalizing upon. But in week 2, we're clearly being showcased that that's not necessarily always the case. I8 were nowhere close to the top position right now. BABLU looking very comfortable, and at the same point in time, the aggression is what makes I8 bring in some perfect plays. That is what makes this team stand out from the lobby.
Well, certainly, I8 is intimidating, I'll say, to the other teams, because no one is ready to drop in their drop location or pick a fight for the players of I8 Esports until they are forced to pick up a fight. But yes, I8 are also sometimes in a situation where they can be taken on pretty easily, but sometimes because of the team shying away from taking that fight, well, I8 still on the top, not on the top, but still in the top 5 or top 8 position. But this time, look at the damage graph. Magnus Esports were all over the place along with I8.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, this clearly showcases that exact same thing that me and Shadow have been talking about in favor of I8, because that is such a destructive team. They always try and capitalize on those fights and situations for themselves. Thus, of course, the 2000 damage draft that we are looking at. But at the same time, Magnus, a perfect outing from their side as they walk away with 14 elimination points, along with, of course, the chicken dinner, 2272 damage that was dished out from them as well. But after that, if we talk about how the list kind of drops down, 52 Esports, H2E, BABLU, Metershot, these teams were just not able to convert convert a good game for themselves. As we move to the storyboard, Magnus Esports, with that perfect outing, are going to be jumping to the first position with 109 points. The first team to accumulate 3-digit marker right here in the points tally. But again, it is still going to be a very close contestation because BABLU, they have one good game and they can very well topple over.
Well, they can topple over. Yes, Team BABLU is having a very good outing in week number 2. But R3D Esports, despite having a one chicken dinner in their name, they are standing at a 10th position with only 45 points to their name. And Team Magnus, on the other hand, they've already crossed that 100 marker. So R3D Esports and the other teams who are on the bottom, it's very hard for them to compete and to topple over a few of the teams and be in the top 5, specifically North Esports. This time, nothing is working in their favor. Faulty Devils, well, week number 1, Misery is still continuing in week number 2 as well. And Triple Esports, yes, a good gameplay. Finally, a good gameplay was coming in the last match in Miramar when they are having good placement points and decent elimination points also in their favor. But that is not going to help too much because they are still sitting on the 17th position.
Absolutely. With that, 2 games do remain. Erangel going to be the upcoming one. And of course, talking about Erangel, well, we know for a fact that this is the known, or rather the most comfortable map for all of these teams. So the aggression is definitely going to be on point and on par from all of these teams. But who will be the one that will create that lead from this game onwards? Which team will it be that'll walk away with a chicken dinner for themselves on the map of Erangel? And again, this is the first and only Erangel that will be played today. So any teams that stand out for you, Shadow?
Definitely, Quraysh Esports on day number 1 in very first Erangel. This was the team that got a win chicken dinner for themselves. But yes, Magnus Esports also tends to have good outing when it comes to Erangel. But yeah, the team that shines every single time in the map of Erangel is definitely I8 Esports.
True.
But what's your prediction? I'll ask first.
I8 is a really good choice, definitely, but I am going to go with Quantum Rage, QR. I believe that they have a chance to maybe capitalize on this chicken dinner, but again, I8 would be the best pick for sure.
Well, definitely, I8, yes, it's a best pick, but since I motivated Team BABLU so much in Sanhok that I got best Sanhok points in the previous game, because total overall they were getting only 3 points in Sanhok. Entirety of week 1 in Sanhok they got 3 or 4 points, I think, because they were not having a good run at all. So I'll pick a team from the bottom.
Okay.
Not exactly from the bottom. Okay, Quraysh Esports. It's time they make a comeback.
Perfect. So
yeah,
T20 Quraysh coming in from Shadow and Quantum Rage coming in from me as far as the pick is concerned. Let's see if that will be confirmed into a 5th point or not. At the same point of time, again, we know that the games are going to be good. We know that the aggression is definitely going to be on point from these teams. But in the end, who will be the one walking away with the chicken dinner? Well, again, this is only prediction that we're bringing on the desk. And in the end, it'll be the zone that will dictate where the fight is going to be placed. But at the same point of time, I know for a fact that it's going to be a close one for sure. It definitely is going to be a close one, because now in week 2, there isn't like one team that is doing really well as far as the overall ranking is concerned, or as far as the overall storyboard is concerned. All the teams are slowly catching up to each other, and that is what is making the overall storyboard that much more lucrative and of course difficult to predict, because the teams have actually gotten to know their opponents that much better and now are that much more ready and equipped to handle the aggressive forces of, like, for example, I8 as well. So we definitely just hope that it is going to be a good game. It is going to be a close one. But overall, I, at the back of my mind, also do want to see a military-based zone, which definitely will be favoring I8. But let's see.
You know, you can pick I8 Esports in a prediction, and you want a Southern Circle. That's kind of a contradictory, no?
It is because that's what the masala is. That is what the juice is of the battleground, and that is what, of course, makes things that much more interesting to cast and predict and, of course, speculate as well. But if it's going to be a straightforward zone and circle, then yeah, it's no good, right? It's no fun then. So yeah, that's sort of an exciting play. Hopefully, can be showcased right here in the map of Erangel, but only time will answer that. At the same time, now FS Freestyle is one of those teams that has been picking up the pace for themselves. But in the map of Erangel, can they deliver? Will they be allowed to deliver? I really want to be able to see FS have a good game and a good outing on the map of Erangel as well.
But FS Freestyle, they have been having their ups and downs. I'll say
Right.
inconsistency is something that FS needs to deal with, because some game they outshine, come with a 20 marker total points or a second finish or something like that. But the
True.
next very game they become the first team to get eliminated. That is something FS needs to work on, the consistency. On an average, if they're getting 7 or 8 points in every single game, they can be the consistent ones, like Quantum Rage also is doing.
Exactly. That is so true, because how Quantum Rage have actually showcased a perfect comeback story from their side. Compared to how week 1 was looking, and now week 2, the way QR has been dictating the fights for themselves, and also not necessarily always dictating the fights. They try and hold back as well. They try and go passive approach as well, which is something I'm liking from Quantum Rage. So let's see if this game on the map of course, Erangel will favor them or not. At the same point of time, talking about the aggressive forces on this map, well, we know I8 is there. If FS is able to capitalize on the rotation, then definitely they are going to be a big team to try and keep a keen eye towards. The one team though that has kind of underperformed actually is the Grounders. The Grounders is one team that I'm not entirely sure what exactly is it that is not working out for them. What could they change so that we could see the previous Grounders back again, and that force that was very difficult to deal with. That team of Grounders is definitely just missing from the entire saga from Shaptar Sensei. I mean, we've seen some beautiful clutches in the previous season. This time around, PMPL not looking too good, the Grounders.
Yeah, Grounders, they are struggling. They need to work on the rotations and the fights they pick up. But some other team that can be a very big competition to team like I8 or Magnus or TUF out there are R3D. This week, the players of R3D, the way they are playing, there is stark improvement in their gameplay. Every single time they find themselves in the top 5, they are in the final circle. Even in Miramar is becoming their strong map, their strongest point when it comes to the maps out there. So I think R3D is also showing us the sign being the top dog out there.
They definitely are. That is so perfectly mentioned by you. And R3D, the way that they've, again, see, when you talk about week 1, how these teams are performing compared to now in week 2, all of these teams have understood their opponents. They've understood the lobby. And that is the perfect moment in the tournament, that of course these teams now finally start bring in all of that knowledge that they were able to accumulate from week 1 into week 2, and now practically applying it. And that is how we are going to be looking at so many different teams that are in the limelight, that are making sense in terms of the way that they're taking on fights. They are walking away with chicken dinners. So yeah, a very important week, this one, week 2 right here. With that, of course, the second last game of the day going to be on our screens, with the flight path looking well, again, it is going to be majorly focused towards the southern side, as we do have the flight path going from Lipovka military power all the way down south towards, of course, military base itself. So the teams that love to go towards North Giorgio, that love to go towards Stalberg, we've seen, are going to have to fight it out. They are going to have to make a very big rotation from their side if they want to be able to get down to their drop locations. But the teams that go towards southern side, well, they are looking very comfortable. They are the zone, the flight path is going to be definitely favoring them for now.
Certainly, the flight path is going to favor them, and if their lucky stars are aligned perfectly, maybe the circle will also favor them, as you wanted a southern circle. I want a quarry circle. I picked QWERTY, who are in Lipovka, and I want a quarry circle. That is also very contradictory, but I've been waiting for a quarry circle, quarry finish, because the terrain out there is so difficult and kind of unknown, because we don't tend to see too many quarry circles. So that will make things interesting. But right now, well, someone is dropping in their drop location. That is going to be TmW.
Wow. What is TmW up to? Can they maybe in this game try and block the position of I8, the rotation of I8? Does TmW have what it takes to bring this big force of I8 down? At the same time, the zone is going to be majorly focused towards the northern side. The zone is going to be making these teams fight it hard, because we are looking at teams from the southern side. Quite a lot of these teams, we've got I8, TmW, Metershot. At the same time, of course, towards the main island, Ferrypier, we have FS, the Grounders as well. So all of these teams, once they start making that rotation towards the zone, it is going to be a very tricky rotation that they are going to have to face. At the same point of time, it seems like BABLU have already decided to get into the zone from the northern side. At the same point of time, we also do have 3x's player in the same exact trajectory of BABLU's rotation. Now 3x, they are divided. All the 4 players, we can see Mary all by his lonesome, along with, of course, his teammates far out from his position. So not entirely sure what 3x is up to right there, but for now they are going to be absolutely comfortable because BABLU is not going to be closing their area, closing their position. At the same point of time, it seems like the first blood is going to be drawn right here from TmwEsports' players against R3D as Anubis has gone down.
We are just praising how good R3D is, and they become the first team to lose out on the player. Well, R3D, 3 players are still in the lobby, and TmwEsports Avenger OP, well, with that AKM and a 2x on it, or 3x. Is it 3x? I think it's 3x, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Have been used to that 6x now. It's such a long time that have used 3x or 2x and 1 AKM. But yeah, Jaydeep is right in the Pochinki over there, and like you also said, TWF and 3x are also in the close proximity. But I don't think there is going to be any fight as BABLU is heading towards the Georgiopol area. TWF is also heading towards the ruins or maybe Georgiopol, and 3x is out there in the water city. So that means teams are going for early rotation towards their drop location, towards their favorite drop location. But I'm still interested in seeing what's going to happen on the southern island, because the way TMW they are spread, they're definitely looking for that bridge camp.
Yep, exactly. TmW, the change of pace from their side in this game was unexpected, but definitely the kind of masala that we needed for I8 always did dominate from that military base. This time around, they are going to have a little bit of a fight up their hands, up their sleeve, before they can jump into the zone itself. But for now, again, you talk about that first blood situation that has already taken place as Anubis did go down. Apart from that, no teams are going to be making any contestations as of yet. We do have towards Yasnaya, Quantum Rage looking very comfortable. Right close to their vicinity is going to be TmwEsports making a rotation. So towards the center of the zone, there are a few teams that are in close proximity to each other. But again, no shots are being fired, no sprays are being connected as of yet. They are all just majorly focusing towards, of course, getting that loot segregated for themselves. This is just the first 5 minutes in the game itself. So a very comfortable start to the game is what this has turned out to be. But it seems like TMW's Kurma, he has been spotted, as we do have I8's Uzum keeping a very close eye on that bridge camp, and that bridge camp that TMW had in mind seems like it is going to be damaged, and it is not going to be an easy conversion for TMW right there. But at the same time, of course, I8's Uzum has been able to spot them. That means that I8 maybe are going to try and make a rotation from the other side, from the Nova Pnoy bridge. Perhaps could be the case, but we shall see if they decide to do so or not. It seems like they are not going to be choosing that. They are going to be focusing on the same exact bridge, and TMW are on the run.
I8, when they were para-dropping towards the side of military base, they did see few other parachutes. Also, they know there is a team that is in Novo Pnoy, and we know for sure Regicide likes dropping in Milta. So crossing other bridge of Novo Pnoy is not going to be so easy. That's why I8, maybe this could be the reason they are reluctant or maybe still stubborn on crossing the military base bridge itself. But it's also a very familiar area, because they always tend to go from this rotation only. But TMW, they realize their position has been given away. There is no chance that they can go for that bridge camp. So they are right now moving towards the side of Gatka, and the vehicle just turned turtle.
Ouch. That was an ouch moment right there for TMW. But TMW, they are on the run. I honestly thought that they would be, if nothing else, bringing in a little bit of a damaging position against I8, but that's not the case. They are just on the run, and they haven't stopped since the time they started this run. So it seems like they've got they've got the majority of this run focused on getting into the zone, and that's exactly what they are focusing on. As we did just see earlier, a little bit of well, again, accidents do happen, and that's where Hayan was dropped down, but thankfully his teammate was around to give him that revival. For now, they are going to make themselves in the zone, make that rotation count. At the same point of time, 3X Esports, a team that is fighting themselves in the center, is going to be in close contestation. But will that fight take place from 3X's side or not? Because once again, this team of 3X, they are in a two-man split for now. as far as fights are concerned, we aren't really seeing any team take on those fights, at least yet. But at the same time, once these rotations are done, that is when we can definitely expect the fights to start taking place. This is again just the first zone itself, so we also have to see where the zone is going to be making a curveball. Will it be making a curveball or not?
It tends to go towards the northern side. Team BABLU is in the perfect spot to go early rotation, even a late rotation. Everything is working for Team BABLU because the entire Western control they are having right now, TUF and TMW, they have to cross paths with Team BABLU, and they will get that information onto the opponent. So Team BABLU, I think it's a good spot to drop in these kind of circles, but the team that are so far away from the circle are going to be Grounders, I8, Metershot Sky, I8. They are still deciding which paths to opt for when moving towards a circle. Maybe they are listening to you and they are heading in the direction of no reply. But
Indeed, they
Metershot
are.
Sky are doing the exact opposite of that.
It's almost as if it's been scripted, which of course it has
Yeah.
not. But let's see if Metershot are going to be able to spot I8's rotation right there, as we do have Ghost up in the front, trying to of course scout out the rotation. And it seems like Metershot are going to be around the vicinity, as they are of course feeling the pressure right there of the Blues catching up to them. But at the same time, Metershot is split. They're split up. We've got Ash MVP down south, of course. Helcher is all by himself, and then of course his teammates. So now I8 have a very difficult difficult rotation to make right here from the clutches of Metershot. And there we have it. The shots are finally starting to take place between these two teams, and it seems like I8 they are going to be moving on ahead. Do not want to be stopping right here in the Blues, but same can be the case for Metershot as well. I mean, they are right behind I8, but no shots are being taken place. No spray is being showcased right there from their side. But talking about the center of the zone itself, there are so many teams. We were talking about BABLU. They have made that rotation from the Georgia side, and now they are going to be getting closer and closer to the center of the zone, where once again their majority is going to be focused on getting those points, and that lead needs to be converted from BABLU's side as well, because they were on top of the leaderboard but have been toppled down thanks to Magnus's approach.
Certainly, but I have to say, Meteorshot Sky, that was a good decision on their part to not poke the big bears and not question their fracking ability, because I8, we know for sure they what kind of a capability they have, and Meteorshot Sky losing out any player in any of the lobby is not. I'll suggest, because they need all those points. They need all the points, position points, defeat points, everything. But still, there is a chance that I8 and Meteorshot Sky can cross paths with each other, because they are having a similar mindset in this particular game, because this farm is the area where Regicide is also moving. So it's the three teams that are moving from the same direction, and let's see which two are going to cross paths with each other. But right now, Quantum Rage, well, they're grabbing as much information as much possible.
They definitely are. They've made that perfect rotation as well from the side of Quantum Rage. They're looking comfortable in terms of how they've got themselves set up right here, with two-man splits coming in from their side, as two of their teammates, of course, Sirius and Senior are in front of us, but Spark and JD, they are up on top of that mountain. There we have them, and we can clearly, of course, give them the advantage as well, because they will be able to spot out their opponents moving in towards this area, towards this gas station from far away as well. So a perfect positioning from Quantum Rage can be seen, at least for now, for themselves. It's only 11 minutes into the game. We've only seen that first blood situation that was seen earlier, where Anubis went down, and there we have it. R3D's players, as they are left with just a three-man squad, three-man army, are going to be trying to take on those sprays against the players of North Esports. Now, North Esports was the one who was able to, of course, hamper the rotation of Anubis, and now it seems like R3D's players, they want a little bit of a revenge for taking down their teammate.
Well, let's see if they can find that revenge, because they are out there in the open, and in these kind of a circle, when 16 teams are still alive, 63 players are there, shots can come in from any of the direction. But yes, Hawk right now, he's getting shots from the side of North Esports in the close proximity. We can see the plus of 3x as well. So R3D right now, all they need is a hard cover for themselves. But talking about the players of Team Quirty and Team Grounders. Well, they're heading for an early rotation on the northern side. Grounders from the western side and Quirty from the eastern side. That's a good position to hold on to. If Grounders head towards shooting range, they will be rewarded by the level 3s and an airdrop right in the shooting range area. But I8, well, they are locking horns with the players of Team Metershot Sky in the school area, and Ghost is deploying few good grenades, finds one knock onto Khatir. Can he find the other knock as well? Let's see. Time will tell.
Well. They made that rotation all the way from the military base, both of these teams, but now they find themselves at school taking on shots against each other as Khatir has already gone down. Ash going to be up in front, but I8, they're moving on like a very synergistic bunch as they push on to take down the players of Metershot as Khatir will be eliminated. There's no way that revival story can be showcased from Metershot's players as they are on the move, they're on the run as well. Ash MVP up on top on the first floor is going to be cooking that nade, but will that nade do any damage to I8's players because they haven't even entered the building yet? And as soon as they do, now this is what Metershot they are going to have to just utilize this to perfect capitalization is what is going to be needed from Metershot's players. And I8, look at that. I mean, this team, they are a synergistic bunch. They are moving on together as well. There is absolutely no X factor that can be showcased from Metershot to be able to take on the sprays and take down the players of I8. It's a 4v3 situation between these two teams.
Well, yes, outnumbered fight with the players of R3D Esports is something I won't suggest, but Ash is dishing out a lot of damage with his Uzi, but he also needs to patch up heal really fast, but IQ is going to retaliate with that UMP 45, but I8, they are also losing out to the players, and Metershot Sky, Ash, he's on a rampage. He has taken down 2 of the players of I8, making it outnumbered for I8 this time, and Metershot Sky, they are having the numbers advantage as from backlines.
Wow.
Ash manages to take down 3rd player IQ as well. That means I8 is surviving with only last player, but Halsey also hits the ground in a trade. But look at Ash.
What a
Blade.
perfect conversion.
He knows where Blade is.
Absolutely. He was definitely just well, what can I say? He was just inciting the players of I8. He knew exactly where they were. He knew exactly the kind of mindset through which I8 were playing. And all of that has now resulted in Metershot being the one who seems to have eliminated the players of I8. And I8 is left with just a one-man squad, one-man army that's going to be Blade all by his lonesome. And it's all thanks to, of course, Ash MVP, the way he was able to take on this fight, the way he was able to just completely annihilate the positioning of I8. At the same time, we did just see in the kill feed, BABLU were taking on shots as well, but now it all boils down to final player. Blade goes down, I8 being the team that gets eliminated on the 16th position. Wow, what a fight, what a game this has turned out to be.
Ash did a 1v4 against I8.
Incredible.
Exactly. We were talking for so long where exactly the players of Metershot Sky are, why they are not performing, and Ash comes in, takes down the strongest team in the lobby in a 1v4 situation. Yes, his teammates were backing him up, were providing him the information in the intel, but it was Ash bullet, the final bullet, that got them a defeat point. But somewhere else, TOF is also locking horns with the players of Quraysh Esports as they are getting the confirmation as well. One confirmation onto Quraysh Esports, but in the close proximity, we have the players of Team Triple Esports also lurking nearby.
Well, for TUF now, this is going to be a very important fight because they are out in the open. They are at the edge of the zone as they make themselves towards the northern side. We can see TUF's players, but close proximity to, of course, T20 Quirty is maybe going to be a little bit of a damaging position that TUF is in. But at the same time, they don't have a lot many options that they can choose. At the same time, as we look at the zone itself, now the zone has constricted itself towards the northern side of Rozhok. It is all out in the open, and 15 teams still do survive. So the zone is not doing any favors to any of these teams. Even if they find themselves at the edge of the zone or in the center, they're going to have to fight it out to be able to get the game and points for themselves, whichever team it might be. But as of now, again, we do have Triple Esports' player. Perfect capitalization right here because they are at the edge of the zone. And of course, right above them was TUF. Now, Triple Esports, they were looking comfortable, but as soon as we move on to this drone view, we can see that H2E has the compound working for them. Now, this one compound is going to be so very critical. Whoever has control over that will have an advantage in the fight, and it seems for now, H2E definitely looking comfortable.
Yeah, but on the other side, FS is going for a late rotation and they might cross paths with the players of Reggie's side. Reggie's side is surviving as a two-man army, so that means in this situation, FS is having the numbers advantage and they are, well, they have the information onto each other, but instead of picking a fight in the blue, they are going in their own direction. But no, Mom2 seems to have some other mind as he takes down one of the players of Reggie's side. That means Ashad is the last man standing from the side of Reggie's side as he is going to make a quick escape to safety, but Team BABLU are going up against the players of TmW and they are falling down as Hasu, the MVP, is going to eliminate one of the player and Teen Wolf is still bleeding out.
Well, it all boils down to Pan from the side of BABLU right now in this fight, as we can see. And TnW's all the players. Kurma, of course, is the one who already gone down. But the three-man approach from TnW is definitely looking very comfortable from their side. And Pan's, of course, teammate from the backlines is going to be trying to help out his position. But will that be enough for BABLU to be able to walk out of this fight? Because TmW, they are pushing on their luck. And they definitely are bringing in a lot of damage. With the UMP in his hand, it seems like Hasu MVP is going to be able to capitalize on this mess. And that is exactly what he shall do, with BABLU left with just a one-man squad, as these two Pan do get eliminated. Teen Wolf does get eliminated. Now it all boils down to the one final player, that's going to be Zibian, and all by his lonesome, he's not going to be able to survive for much longer, as TmW will be the ones eliminating BABLU from this game. For now, 14 teams surviving, 48 players in total.
Well, certainly, but now it's Team FS that is showing on the doorsteps of the players of TmW out there. But North Esports, Avenger, OP, they are taking down the players of Reggie side as they find one knock. But Edgar is the one who is going to retaliate and take down Thug of Triple Esports. Psycho has already been knocked out. That means Triple Esports are also crumbling down as a single man hunter is standing. Can he bet that little ray of hope? And the answer is no, as Triple Esports has been eliminated at 12th position. TOF 5 defeat points already in their favor. They have a control of the northern western side of the circle as well, but now is the moment when the circle is going to shift and it comes down right in the hands of the players of H2E.
Well, this fight was very important for TUF to take, and that is exactly what they have been able to do and deliver it in style. But at the same point of time, the zone is going to be moving away from these teams once again, as now TUF are busy with their hands, of course, against the players of FS. Now, FS have already taken down taken a knee because one of their players has already dropped down, but thankfully, of course, the smoke wall that's been created will be able to, for now, get that perfect cover that FS need to get their teammate revived. At the same point of time, TmW around in the vicinity as well. So a chaotic game is what this is turning out to be. For any team to get that chicken dinner, they're going to have to really battle it out, and that's exactly what TmW is doing as well. Now, of course, the zone, as we can see, is not favoring any team as such, because it's out in the open. There's absolutely no compound in the zone as well that teams could choose for their backup. At the same time, these vehicles, they are going to become very, very crucial. The team of TmW going to be making a rush, an open rush against the players of course, TUF as well as FS. Now, FS is going to be capitalizing on that messy situation. Malik does go down, and his teammates, of course, going to be around in the vicinity to be able to help out. TmW definitely, sadly, get sandwiched right there. From one side, of course, was TUF. From the other, we, of course, did see FS.
Well, certainly, but yes, the two airdrops inside the circle can provide that little bit of cover that is required in these kind of circle. But right now, H2E, they are still waiting. No, they are not waiting. They're trying to lob few grenades in the direction of 3x, but can they find Miracle? Can they take him down? And the answer is no. But out of the play zone, QWERTY Voltrex has been knocked down. That means QWERTY is standing as a two-man army, and right now they are in the close proximity to the plus of Quantum Rage as well. But Team Freestyle is looking very strong, but Malik is still bleeding out. TOF, well, they still have to make it inside the circle, and I think from the northern side is what they are trying to do, but Senior is the one who is going to take down Khan, and Team Grounders also is locking horns with the players of North Esports.
Well, 10 teams remaining right here in this open zone. We do have TUF taking on a lot of shots. We have, of course, H2E's compound being, of course, damaged a little bit from the players of FS. But for now, of course, all those nades and Molotovs from H2E have not resulted in them walking away with points, because FS is still around in the vicinity and the compound could still be it's up for debate. It's up for a fight as to who will control that compound. For now, H2E looking comfortable on our screens though. TFD against the players of R3D as Destroyer going to be lobbing that nade and then falling back. He's all by his lonesome. Of course, his teammate Eddie has already gone down. So now it all boils down to what exactly can Destroyer do with his UMP, of course, and a Molotov that he has been able to accumulate. 1 point has been confirmed for, of course, R3D, but can he get one more before he gets eliminated again? For the players of TFD, they have 2 of their players already gone down, and that perfect 1v3 situation is what Destroyer has been able to accumulate. Now, one final player, and that to Rafe, with only a sliver of HP left on him. Destroyer, if he pushes on right now, he can perhaps capitalize on the biggest point right here with that Molotov being played to perfection. Will that give the damage that he's waiting for? Will that be the perfect sliver of hope that R3D's Destroyer needs? Because he, all by his lonesome, can very well capitalize on this messy situation, and a 1v4 is what this could turn out to be. For now, again, 3 finish points have already been confirmed for Destroyer. He just needs to be able to push on, and also at the same time, of course, you talk about that first aid. Now there we have it. Finally, he's got a first aid that he's been able to pick up, and that will be the saving grace for him for now. But again, the fight is not yet done because it's a 2v1 situation against Destroyer. But Destroyer's UMP going to be again playing it to perfection and will be playing his cards right, because he takes it again so very close. Sliver of HP once again left on Rafael, but Rafael will just have a saving grace right now in this fight, as he will be surviving. And of course, that 1v4 situation, 1v3 situation that I was talking about has sadly been taken away. But a really good fight from Destroyer's side.
But look at that, Grounders are also in the close proximity, and R3D, they don't have the healing at all, and the players of Quantum Rage are also falling down as TUF from that little tree cover. They are shooting in their direction, and they are taking down players after players, and Quantum Rage has been eliminated at 6th position, and TUF, look at the defeat points, 12 defeat points. They were on a rampage. Still, they have to make it inside the safety of the circle, and the only team that can stop them right now are the players of Team H2E, who are on the low ground, doesn't have the position advantage. But Team Grounders, Mr. Black, he's already trying to spot on the players of Team 3X. He does spot on the buggy, but he has no idea where exactly the players of Team 3X are. But that US is going to give away the position of Maddie.
Well, for now, again, Mr. Black definitely utilizing that mini to his advantage. He's taken on a lot of shots, but he was just not able to spot down the players of 3X. At the same time, now 3X have retaliated, as of course Mr. Black will be gunned down a little. But in all, we still have, of course, the Grounders, also a team that can, if played that cards right, then they can very well hamper the progress of TUF. For now, TUF definitely is a force to be reckoned with 12 elimination points already confirmed, and there is no way that they are going to be falling back or stopping. But again, it'll all be factored in, because in just the next 5 seconds, the zone is going to be dictating as to who is going to be favored in this fight.
Well, certainly, but H2E, well, they have to move inside the circle, as the circle's advantage has already been taken away, and Evil Boy with that Info 16 is going to find a perfect knock onto Atat out there. That means H2E, well, let's see what's going to happen. But TG, Team Grounders, they are picking up a fight when they can completely have the entire control of the southern side of the circle if they had little on the eastern side. But right now, well, they have to pick their fallen comrade, and the other 2 players are still fighting against the side of TUF, and Sensi is going to pick up her.
Well, the Grounders, they are going to be able to get the teammate back up again, but can they get this fight for themselves? TUF, they are in ruins a little bit, because Virus has already been gone down. H2E were bringing in a lot of damaging position and sprays against the players of TUF, and now TUF themselves have left with just a 1-man squad, and that's going to be Joker Sir all by his lonesome. So the Grounders, they have been able to perfectly utilize this position for themselves, as TUF do get eliminated right here. We are left with just 3 teams surviving. Mr. Black looking very much in contestation to walk away with the chicken dinner this time around, as H2E's players are also falling down like flies, as Assad is the only player surviving from the side of H2E, and a 2-man squad of 3X won't be able to do much against the 4-man army of the Grounders.
Well, certainly, Grounders right now, they are hunting for Assad. Assad is having a little rock to his advantage, and the smokes are helping the players of Team Grounders to move inside the safety of the circle. They have finally found 2 trees to have a cover, and the buggy is also going to help them out. So that means this is their game to lose. as 3x is surviving with only 2 plus, and Mari is out there in the open trying to find his way inside the safety of the circle without being spotted down by grounders. But Assad, on the other hand, he also have to make inside the circle. He also needs to leave his hard cover, but his position is already been given away. But Kratos was trying to shoot in the direction, finds one knock on grounders, but he himself gets traded down.
Absolutely, as we do have H2E as the start the final player, bringing in a lot of damage to 3x's position, as well as now they're left with just a one-man army for 3x, as well as the same as the case for team H2E's Assad as well. Now Assad, he's being very cheeky in terms of how he's approaching this thing, but the grounders, do they know? Are they wary of the position that they're in? Yes, they are in cover, which is really good. They've got the vehicle as well. They've got the buggy to be able to capitalize on the situation, but one silly mistake and that could be the end. And Evil Boy has been spotted as he goes down. Mary with the AKM is going to be absolutely hunkering down and bringing in those points. That 1 point is also going to be helping him, but as soon as he took on those shots, he was spotted and Mary goes down. Thus 3x get eliminated as well. We are left with just these two teams, and of course we do know, the grounders know in fact where the final player is, and Assad goes down by a perfect nade, and the team, the grounders, will be the one walking away with a chicken dinner this time around. A much needed chicken dinner from the grounders side, and they have been successfully able to deliver that. With that, find themselves on the 15th in the overall ranking.
Well, certainly much needed points. Finally, grounders are stepping up. We were asking from very first game or day number 1 where exactly the grounders are, because they were not having the best performance. Entire week 1 was not in their favor, but finally they have waken up, and let's see if the momentum is going to be carried forward in the remaining games as well, in the coming weeks as well, because grounders is one of the team we had very high expectations, and we were kind of complaining that why team grounder is not performing.
Exactly, and this is just before the game started, we were talking about how Sensei, all of these players, they have done beautifully well earlier, and this time around it seems like they are going to be bringing their gameplay up once again. With that, we go on a short little break, after which of course one final game still does remain for the day. Stick around. Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is of course Pakistan region that we are in. Week 2, day 2 is what is upon us. With that, one final game remains, but the previous one that happened on Erangel, what a perfect conversion that was from, of course, the grounders side. TUF, they got very close, even though, I mean, they did not walk away with the chicken dinner. I'm sure, Shadow, they're going to be very happy because of the number of points TUF were able to accumulate.
Well, certainly. Last I saw, they got 12 defeat points. After that, they got more defeat points as well. So, yes, TUF are having the points. They are already looking good in the overall ranking. But talking about the MVP, it is going to be Joker Sir from the side of TUF with 7 eliminations.
Absolutely, with 7 finish points confirmed for TUF's Joker Sir, with only 178 healing done, 967 dished out. So a very important game is what this turned out to be for Joker right here, as he was able to capitalize and bring in that many points for his team. But at the same time, we also should look at the top players as well, the players to focus from this game. And yep, there we have it, Mr. Black. He was taking on those mini shots again and again, bringing down the players, and that destructive force from Mr. Black this time around resulted in the grounders walking away with that chicken dinner.
Well, certainly, grounders finally got the chicken dinner. They're finally getting that momentum they needed, that single game we were talking about. Finally, this game is theirs. They have got the win. But now, talking about the match summary, well, it's all TUF. The highest elimination, highest damage, highest assist, it all belongs to TUF. And Joker Sir is having the highest elimination and the damage.
Absolutely, as we do have the summary right there. Along with that, the match ranking going to be on our screens as well, because when it comes to the ranking, well, yes, we know who got the chicken dinner, but the team that will be up on top, well, it is going to be the Grounders with 11 eliminations. Along with, of course, the chicken dinner, they accumulate 26 points in total, skyrocketing them in the overall ranking to the 15th position. I was under the expectation that TUF with the 12 elimination points will be very close to that first position, but they are second right there with only 8 placement points for them.
Still, a good performance is coming in from their side, and H2E is also having the consistent performance. This time they are sitting on the third position with a total of 18 points. 3x Esports, a team we have been talking about so long, specifically you have been talking about them from such a long time, that they have the capability. This time they are standing on the fourth position, but some of the teams like Team Faulty Devils and other teams also, they are still not stepping up.
True. Again, I mean, a lot that is left for this Pakistan region PMPL to, of course, bring in a different play altogether. Of course, it's a 3-week long affair before we jump into the grand final itself. This is week 2, so a lot of changes have been seen from these teams in terms of how they've played in week 1 compared to week 2, but now many more changes are going to be brought in or need to be brought in from their side as we move towards the Oppo F21 Pro moments from this game. TmW, I mean, what a perfect aggression that was against the players of BABLU. At the same point of time, one of the biggest eliminations, we do not have it in the replay right here, which was, of course, I8 getting eliminated.
Well, certainly, I8 getting eliminated, and this also a destroyer.
Oh, yes.
The way he took down the players out there, he knocked down 2 players, Khane specifically. It was Khane who took down 2 players of R3D with a perfect grenade. But destroyer, the way he retaliated, the way he clutched it out in that moment, that was also very impressive. And it's not just a one time. He did that in week number 1 as well, in Miramar.
Absolutely, and with that, of course, we know who got the chicken dinner. That was the Grounders players right there. But along with that, we'll also have a look at the damage graph, and the damage graph this time around, it is going to be spread amongst the players of the Grounders, H2E, 3x, TUF, the majority of the ones who did a lot of damage in this game. But in all, there's a name that you don't see that often at the lower half of this damage graph, which is going to be I8 with only 1 elimination points and 488 damage graph in total.
Well, certainly, I8, they were picking fight with the plus of Metershot Sky, and this is what I have to say. Don't be intimidated by the top teams, and definitely Metershot Sky are not, because they were the one who took down the entirety of I8 Esports out there in the school building. A good gameplay, a good comeback, if not a comeback, I'll say good performance coming from the side of Metershot Sky in the term of elimination and performance in a single fight. But after that, they also started falling down. But in the overall ranking, we still have Magnus Esports right on the top with 109 points.
Absolutely. 3 chicken dinners is what Magnus Esports have been able to accumulate. The only team to have 3-digit total points for themselves, 109 in total, as so perfectly mentioned by Shadow. Along with that, we also should mention Team TUF right there, moving 3 positions up on the 4th spot without a chicken dinner, sitting at 76 points for themselves. And of course, alongside all of that, we also do have Team H2E making their presence felt in the first page. With the way that they were able to play in this Erangel game, they got, of course, 10th based on how they were able to, of course, get the game working for themselves. Majority of it was, of course, the placement points. But alongside all of that, that is what the game does. Moving on to the second page. Now, second page, they're still up for change. Quite a lot of change that can be anticipated from these teams, because the points there aren't much difference between these points.
Certainly, not much difference up until, I'll say, 11th, 12th, and 13th spot. Okay, I'll give it to 14th and 15th, where Regicide and TmW are placed. But after that, the point difference is increasing, especially for Triple Esports, Faulty Devils, 52 Esports. They're still not hitting that 30 marker out there, where the top team is already hitting the 100 marker. Well, North Esports, this team I'm surprised to see on the bottom half. Yes, Quoty was not performing, but North Esports, the way they were playing in week 1, specifically in the end, I expected much better. But talking about the schedule, I8 was a team that got a chicken dinner for themselves in the very first game. After that, 2 came for Magnus Esports. In the last game, it was Team Grounders with 26 points. But now is the time for Miramar, and Group A will be sitting out.
Absolutely. So now, with the one final game that is left for the day, which will be played on Miramar, of course, we do have Group A sitting out this time about. So that means that, again, I mean, we've got this being the third Miramar that will be played. I wonder how many more changes are these teams going to be bringing in as far as the rotation is concerned, as far as the drop contestation itself, if at all there will be any or not, because I do want to be able to see a drop contestation, especially on that Los Leones where I8 love to go down. But again, if at all there's any other team that can stand up to, of course, I8, that would be perfect, absolutely perfect to see. But at the same point of time, now, of course, we move on towards that age-old question, Shadow. What team are you going to be rooting for or predicting to walk away with this final game's chicken dinner?
I want to say Team Magnus, because they have got 2 chicken dinner out of 3 in the map of Miramar only.
Right.
Team BABLU. Okay.
All
Again,
right.
Team BABLU.
All right. Well. Again, that is a good pick, because we want to be able to see a comeback from BABLU, definitely, and they have all the pedigree basically that can convert this into a game of their own. But at the same point of time, now what we're looking at actually is the teams that were underperforming have rised up to the occasion. We saw Metershot this time around. We saw BABLU was taken down as well. So I mean, with those sort of plays being showcased from these other teams that were not part of the, so to say, good fights that we saw in week 1. This time I believe it could be, oh god, okay. This is a tough one to pick. Not entirely sure which team will it be walking away with the chicken dinner, but I would like to see the likes of, jeez. Okay, I'm gonna go with 3x.
Oh, interesting pick. Because this time also they had a very good outing. 3x Esports. You have been talking about 3x Esports quite a lot.
Well, again, I just hope that they're able to get this chicken dinner and if nothing else, still have a really good game. That would be the most important thing right there for this team. And of course, on the other side, as you perfectly mentioned, Magnus, yes, this game could be theirs. Why? Because like you mentioned, right, they've already got 2 chicken dinners today, and third one would be a cherry on top, definitely, with the final game if it goes in their favor. And all of that also considering the fact that this time around we don't have I8 playing, right? Yep, we don't have I8 playing. So that also means a big bonus could be provided either to BABLU, either to TUF, so many other teams that could very well shine up, could stand up to the occasion right here that is provided to them. But will they do so? We will find out. We will definitely find out in the next 20 to 30 minutes. We will have that answer.
Well, if this time my prediction is not coming true now, I'm attending meditation classes to get that intuition power, because stats are not working for me at all. Going with the stats, I pick a team and they become the first one, or in the middle they suddenly stop performing and get eliminated. Stats are not working. I need those supernatural powers or something, which you and Fixes have.
Well, alright, so let's not take it all the way to supernatural powers, but one thing that I will say to back you up when it comes to the stats, right? Because that is what made it very difficult for me to, I'm still uncertain about what team to pick, because based on week 1, we had a perfect steamroll and start from so many of these teams, and there was a little bit of a storyline being created. Alright, these teams are doing really well, these teams are not doing so well, but week 2, we're looking at a completely 360-degree turnaround from these teams. Teams that were not performing, that were under the radar, have now suddenly, they've risen up to the occasion and now are bringing in those perfect plays that were unexpected off of them. So yes, the stats that you are talking about, they are being thrown out of the book basically, because the way the teams have picked up the storyline in week 2 especially, it is very, very close. But again, we know that there are a few teams who are looking very comfortable in terms of the overall storyboard, with, of course, Magnus being up on top with 3 chicken dinners already confirmed for themselves and 109 points. Now, after that, the team sitting on the second position is at 80 plus points. So there itself is a big lead that Magnus have been able to create beautifully for themselves. But all in all, again, I mean, it is only going to get more closer as the battleground gets more and more chaotic right here in the Pakistan region.
Well, certainly. Maybe the reason the teams that were on the bottom half on week number one, they are performing because they have a read on to the opponents. They were doing the
Right.
homework. When we are having a break, they were doing the homework. They were reading onto the opponents, and they have. This time they have a read with such perfection that they are performing. Specifically, Team Star. I have to say the way this team is making the rotation in every single game, it is very impressive. They have worked on it. They have the information from where to enter inside the circle. Be it any circle, Team Star, you will always find them in fourth or fifth circle, and sometimes even in the sixth circle as well with all the four players.
That is true. That is so true. And now that also reminds me of one more thing, right? Tomorrow is a day off for all of the teams. Yeah, in week one, we saw a big difference that was being showcased from day two, and then 1 day break, and then day three we moved in. Day three, we saw all the teams bring in their gameplay up quite a lot because that 1 day break helped them out quite a lot. Now in week two, once they get that break for tomorrow, I honestly don't know what to expect from these teams on day number three because every single week, viewers, keep in mind, we are of course talking about the teams, the top 12 teams that participate on the map of Livik, and whichever teams do participate, they automatically have a bigger lead that they start the grand finals with. But this time around in week two, the Livik map, it is going to be live for sure. And lively is what I mean to say, because all the teams, they are learning from their mistakes. They are definitely just, as soon as the mistake is made, they are going back to the drawing board and understanding what they need to change and are practically changing it day to day as well that we're looking at. So this week two, it is going to be a very difficult one for so many of these teams. Week one, we saw the I8 create a massive lead for themselves, but week two, that's not the case. All the teams, they're so very close. They are right up top against each other, bringing in those points, and yeah, that is what makes the battleground that much more lucrative for the Pakistan region and these teams.
Certainly, it is going to be interesting. And day three, like you mentioned, it is going to be completely different what we have in the overall ranking and the stats and everything. Specifically, when teams like Grounders, Star, H2E, everyone has started performing. So it's not going to be so easy for the top teams. But now, as a time, I think week number one, the top teams, they were having a chill time, I'll say, because they were dominating. But now in the off day, they also have to have a read onto the opponents and come with a different plan or a different rotation, because otherwise, well, the other teams who are on the bottom half, they will start picking them up.
Oh, they already have started picking up the pace quite beautifully. In fact, with that, the final game's flight path on our screens as it takes itself from the southern side all the way towards the Campo Militar. So majorly going to be favoring the teams that do love the eastern side of this map of Miramar. At the same point of time, we do know TmwEsports, they love to go and make that rotation towards ruins. This time around, it is going to be too far out for them. At the same point of time, now the flight path is favoring majorly towards the eastern side of the map, but I believe the zone could very well take itself towards the northwestern side. I would love to see if the zone takes us all the way towards La Cobreria or El Pozo.
See where the circle is gonna go. This time I don't want an extreme circle. I want it right in the home of Team BABLU, because I want my prediction to come true, at least for once.
Don't you worry, it will. It definitely will. But again, I mean, these teams are not making it easy to predict. These teams, they're making it, if anything, harder and harder as the days progress on.
Sometimes it feels like they already tend to know which team I have picked up, and they go with a scripted gameplay that, okay, this girl has picked the team, okay, we are not letting them get the winner chicken dinner no matter what. So yeah, and look at the circle, it's not anywhere close to Team BABLU. Team BABLU this time, they are in El Hazar, and the circle is on the western side, with Crater Fields being the epicenter.
Absolutely, as we do have Crater Fields in the center, and not a lot of teams that are going to be making their presence felt into the zone as of yet, of course, because the teams are, if anything, far away from the zone. As we have a look at southern side of the map itself, we've got H2E on the Prison Island, 52 Esports with a very big split coming in from their side. We also did have, of course, Team Star going down towards Puerto Paraiso. So a big rotation that these teams are going to have to be making to get into the zone. Whereas you talk about the zone itself, from the north, Quantum Rage have made a perfect entry into the zone from TmwEsports, and that is where, again, Quantum Rage looking very comfortable. But again, this is just too early to even anticipate anything as to what the zone is going to be doing. One thing is certain though, a big rotation is going to be seen from a lot of these teams in the next 5 to 8 minutes.
Certainly. You were speaking of Quantum Rage. As long as they are moving from the northern direction, they can easily find a free pathway inside the circle, and I think they are going to do exactly that. On the other side, on the southern side, we have Team H2E on Prison side. I think if they're heading from the complete western side, they're going to also find a free pathway. But all they need to do is go for the quick rotation, because all the other teams, well, they are heading for an early rotation already. TFD, 3x Esports, they are trying to squeeze inside the center of the circle somewhere towards the side of El Pozo. So that means all the potential compounds won't be up for grabs if you are going for a late rotation.
Exactly, and that is what I'm also majorly focusing on, as to the teams that are not anywhere close to the zone itself. The rotation that these teams are going to have to make, it is going to be bonkers, because the sooner they start, the better off they're going to be. If they end up making that late rotation, then things are going to get that much more harder for their side. And again, there's just the first zone itself, where only a few select teams are still right now looking comfortable in the zone. We've got the likes of course, Quantum Rage, as we were talking about it, from the northern side. We've got the likes of T20 Quirty also, actually, who are going to be very close towards Hacienda, very close to the proximity of TMW as well. But for now, looking comfortable for sure. At the same point of time, now Quirty, they need to be careful. They are making their presence felt right there. As we do have the map on our screens, we can see that Hacienda is where T20 is making that rotation towards. But will that turn into a good decision? Because right behind them is going to be TMW. Across this entire board, we also do have 3x, who are well, for now, being very, very patient. And from north, we can see Quantum Rage's senior is the man who has entered La Cobreria all by himself, and he's the scout of the team for now.
3x, this is their default formation every single time. In the map of Miramar, they always go for that linear split that kind of works in their favor, because they are able to watch their backs, provide the cover fire needed. The distance between the two players is never so much that they are not able to go for the rescue or the revival in right nick of time. So 3x Esports, yes, they are looking good, but Quirty is also in the close proximity, and Quantum Rage, well, two of the players headed for a very early rotation. They are already occupying the compounds of the La Cobreria, but two of the players are still in Torre Emuda.
Exactly, a 2-month split being showcased from Quantum Rage for now, as we do have a little bit of commotion being showcased from the teams at the that were at the Puerto Paraiso. We had Team Star over there, along with that Triple Esports is also going to be making that rotation, and we have on top Magnus waiting for them. Now we need to see who will be drawing the first blood situation in this map, in this fight, because as of now, if Triple Esports keep making that rotation, they are going to be getting very, very close to Magnus as well. But it seems like Magnus themselves are on the move. They are making themselves get closer and closer towards the zone. Now, this is looking good for so many of these teams. But at the same time, the aggressive stance that I was talking about, the first blood situation that I was talking about, that is probably going to take a little bit more time, as we do have Triple Esports and Quraysh, the only two teams that are going to be close. At the same time, it is Quraysh Esports who will bring on that spray. Team Star is the one going to be in their crosshairs, but Team Star will be easily able to get away from this spray that Rafai thought he could partake in. Sadly, will not result in him walking away with any point whatsoever at all.
Three teams heading up all north towards the side of El Hazar, where Team BABLU is present. On the periphery of the circle, we have the players of Team Regicide. On the extreme northern side of Torre Emuda, we have two players of Quantum Rage. In this situation, Lakshay, what do you think would be the ideal path of rotation for all these three teams? Quraysh Esports, Triple Esports, and Team Star?
Well, I think they are all synced up, because right now, the way that they're making that rotation, what I've noticed and seen so many times is the teams are going to be making their entry from the northeastern side or into the zone, and that's exactly what all of these teams are doing. We can see Star as well as, of course, Triple Esports doing exactly that, and that will mean they will not be in the crosshairs of BABLU, where BABLU, if they would have stood that ground at LSR for a little bit more longer, then perhaps could have been the case that BABLU could have partaken in this fight. But again, for now, 7.5 minutes into this game, and absolutely no first blood contestation that can be seen as of yet. At the same time, on our screens is going to be TmW, a team that also is going to try and get the game for themselves. Were looking very comfortable in terms of the aggressiveness that was showcased from them, but will they be allowed to? All right, with that first blood going to be drawn right here, as it is going to be R3G's players who are being sprayed on upon from the side of BABLU, as Teen Wolf will bring down the player, and of course the point of defeat point will be confirmed for Team BABLU. There we have it, the first blood has been drawn.
But Team BABLU also needs to watch their six, because Team Magnus is also making the same rotation. So there is a possibility of a third party happening either from Magnus or Star or Triple Esports, because until the next circle forms, Team BABLU is still in the danger. They need to be a little careful because they are surrounded by so many teams. But the team that is in the epicenter is 3X Esports. From the southern side, H2E going for the late rotation. But I think it's a safe rotation also, because they will be heading from the complete western side, from the side of Trailer Park, and that is completely unoccupied.
Absolutely, for now it is, and that could be a very good rotation if they choose to do so. At the same point, for now, the zone is going to be moving ahead as well in the next few seconds, and once the zone shifts, that will make it that much more clear as to what can we anticipate from these teams and the fights. For now, Magnus going to be on our screens, who are perhaps just waiting to see what the zone is going to be doing, and the zone for now is going to be constricting on top of itself. With that, Triple Esports' Thug, what a lucky guy that was. A spray, a perfect spray from Dolan will still not deliver the kind of punch that Magnus's player thought. At the same time, Triple Esports will be able to make that rotation, but can they stand their ground after having made that rotation? For now, Magnus Esports, they are bringing in a lot of sprays, and those shots are connecting, and there we have it. The point will also be confirmed to Zen, thanks to the way that he was able to bring down the player of Triple Esports. But again, the fight is not yet done. Triple Esports, they are in a lot of trouble because they are being surrounded now, and Magnus Esports, they are on the hunt.
The way Magnus placed all the 4 players out there, even if Triple Esports survived one of the player, it was some other player who was also shooting in their direction, taking down the players. That was not helping the players of Triple Esports, but certainly helping Magnus get those defeat points for themselves. But on the other side, TmW is also locking horns with the players of Team FD, and TFD is the one that falling down, and TFD again having the split position. Let's see if it is going to work in their favor or not. But faster with that, UMP45 is already closing in the distance towards the last player of Triple Esports and puts an end to Thug. And Triple Esports become the 4th team to be eliminated at 16th position with no points at all. But Magnus Esports, well, they have 4 defeat points for themselves. They have the safety of the circle, not yet, but they can find a free pathway if they head straight inside the circle. If they choose to go towards another side, well, they will find the players of Team Regicide and Team Star.
Well. We still have 15 teams right here. TUF not looking too good in this map of Miramar, as they've already lost 2 of their players. Virus and Edgar have been lost to the cause, as they are left with just Joker, Sir, and Thor for now. Of course, their compound is going to be breached from the side of 52 Esports. As we can see, Hassan OP is getting closer, but no, he's not going to be stopping right there. He's going to be just driving by across that area. At the same time, 52 Esports' other players are also around the vicinity to help out if at all this fight does break. And it seems like 52 Esports, they will not be contesting this compound from TUF. Little do they know that it's only a 2-man army from TUF in this compound. And of course, if they would have had this information, 52 Esports definitely could have pressurized TUF's position. But it seems like TUF, they have all of their angles covered. Thor, we can clearly see he knows exactly where 52 Esports' players could maybe make a push from, and that is the angle that he is covering right there. Along with all of that, it seems like all of that noise has been heard from North Esports' players as well, as they get closer to the same exact compound.
Well, certainly, 3-4 teams, 52 TUF, North Esports, Quraysh Esports. They are towards the southern side of the circle right now. On the northern side, we have the players of Team Star, who are again going to find themselves in the best position. But Kratos is definitely not in the best position, as all the four players of Team Quantum Rage are closing in the distance. But he has his teammate Miracle also to help him out, and they have the height advantage. So maybe things will work in their favor, because the 2v2 split they are having right now, well, they can get intel onto the plus of Quantum Rage. But Spark, well, let's see what's going to happen, because he has lost few good smokes, and maybe he's going for the vehicle, and maybe he's going to go to some other position, because this is not the position to pick up a fight, because he's all by himself right now. He needs his teammates as well. But the circle, well, the circle has taken a northwestern shift.
Well, it is still going to be focusing on Crater Field being the center of the zone. With that, it is going to be North Esports that we saw in just a couple of minutes ago. They were taking on those information against TUF's compound, and now it seems like North Esports have found 52 Esports as player, as of course they are going to convert that into a point. For now, Maxi going to be getting that 1 point converted for North Esports, but at the same time, the zone is almost 700 meters away for NES, and they need to make that they need to start making that rotation. The sooner they start, the better off they're probably going to be, and that is exactly what the players of North Esports are going to be doing, but not long before they get a few points, and that is where 52 Esports are going to be in a lot of pain, because two of their players have already been eliminated. 52 Esports left with just a two-man army, and in all of this commotion, TUF have already left the compound.
Well, they have already left the safety of the compound. Let's see how this decision is going to fare off. But from the height advantage, Quantum Rage is peppering few bullets onto the players of TMW. Well, TMW, they have the hard compound, they have the safety of the compounds, but 666 is already trying to dish out a damage onto the players of Team Quantum Rage. In this kind of a situation, all they are doing is burning their resources, I'll say, because even if they manage to find a knock onto the player, they have to close in the distance, and the way so many teams are surrounding them, so many teams are out there, there's a chance of a third party happening. But 666 needs to heal up really fast. But Hasu OP, look at his position, he's so far away from his teammates.
Well, this fight that Quantum Rage are part of, they can very well be third party, especially from 3x that we saw earlier, were around in the same exact position as well. But at the same time, Rafe, that was not the kind of throw that you needed, mate. And the first that means that his nade will not be doing the damage that he anticipated. At the same front, H2E with a Scarrel in Tarzan's hand is going to be spraying on and taking on the shots against Quraysh's Flood Relief, and Flood Relief will go down. This is such a long distance kill coming in from the side of this team, but well, again, do whatever it takes, and that is what of course they are doing, as Flood Relief has been dropped down. Now Tarzan will try and close in the distance to confirm that point and that kill for himself and his team.
Well, certainly he has to confirm those points, but right now Magnus Esports is the one that is falling down, as Usma from Team Star is going to find a confirmation onto the players of Team Magnus. Well, Team Star, one more player that has been outshining everyone in the lobby is Usma from the side of Team Star. Yes, it was Miracle on day number 1 or week 1, I'll say, but somewhere else North Esports is also locking horns with the players of Team Quati, and North Esports is the one that is falling down. 52 Esports is also in the close proximity, so North Esports is not in the best of the best position, I'll say. But the circle has again taken a northern shift. That means all the teams that are trying to move inside the circle from the southern side, they're up for so many fights. Let's see how they are going to move inside the safety of the circle, as Team Grounder are also getting down.
Well, from the northern side, we can see Magnus Esports have a perfect position in this zone for now, at least. At the other side, as you perfectly mentioned, the teams from the south that are going to be making that entry into the zone, well, there are going to be a lot of chaotic fights that they're going to have to deal with. At the same point, it seems like T20 Quoti's Gravity is taking shots against North Esports' player, as NES have taken one loss already, as Emmer has already been dropped down. Maxi and Avenger OP, the two players who are now going to have to stand tall against the aggression from Team Quoti's long distance fight. But it seems like that fight is going to get a lot more closer, as of course Maxi will be brought down to just a sliver of HP through the smoke. The perfect sprays are being connected, and of course it is T20 Quoti who are the ones capitalizing on this entire entire fray. Along with all of that, we move on towards another fight between Magnus and Team Star. Just a couple of minutes ago, we did see Team Star were bringing in a lot of damage against Magnus, but now from one fight to the other, there are now so many fights that are simultaneously taking place. Team Star have gotten closer to the positioning of Magnus, but from the backlines, we can see R3G's players can bring in a lot of damage as well with the third party approach in that fight.
And suddenly all the teams have started rotating from the eastern side, where Team BABLU is there, Team Reggie side, Team Star, Team Grounders and TmW are also there. But Grounders are having the height advantage, but Team Star Usma is already peppering few bullets in their direction with that M16 single tap shot. But Quantum Raid Spark finds few good knocks onto Team BABLU and gets a confirmation onto Team Wolf as well. And Sirius will take down Pan over there, and Team BABLU right now they are crumbling down during the rotation. And can they retaliate as Zibian also gets taken down? That means only the last man standing from the side of Team BABLU. What can he do in this situation? As Quantum Rage, they have the numbers advantage. Only Senior has been taken down, and he's also in the process of rescuation. But Team Star already trying to shoot the players of Team Grounders from the moving vehicle, and the vehicle explosion comes in, takes down one of the player, and Usma gets a confirmation as well.
Well, Team Star, they definitely are making their presence felt right here as they take on those shots and sprays against the rotating team of the Grounders. At the same time, it is going to be BABLU left with just a one-man squad, a one-man army. That's going to be Pika OP with the DBS in his hand. How long can he survive? At the same side, on our screens, we do have, of course, these 3 to 4 teams that are going to be so very close in terms of the positioning that they are in. Now, we do have Pika OP's fight still on our screens. Zebian has already fallen down. There's no way that Revival is going to be showcased. Pika OP tries to run for it, but will be gunned down from Senior from Quantum Rage as BABLU get eliminated on the 13th position. 12 teams remain. A chaotic Miramar game is what this has turned out to be. Now, Magnus going to be bringing in a third-party approach against the players of Team Star, because Team Star, we saw, they were a little divided as they took on those shots against the players of the Grounders from the backlines. And now this is the perfect utilization that Magnus were waiting for, and capitalize they definitely will.
Well, definitely Faster finds a knock onto the plus of Team Star. Well, right now the rescue mission is going on, but the blue is also closing in, and it is right in the plus, in front of the plus of Team Magnus and Star. That means they can't afford to pick this fight, as there is no danger of the blue closing in till the 40 seconds. But Sultana also gets taken down by the blue zone over there, and Faster has already rotated away, and Miracle has no idea. And Faster from that position, he can dish out a lot of damage onto the plus of Team Star. Let's see what's gonna happen, as from backlines I can see the plus of Team Reggie's side also in the close proximity, and Team Star lost one of the players.
Well. 12 teams remain, 36 players in total, where we do have Magnus's players bring in a lot of chaotic sprays as they try and get those points for themselves. For now, 4 points have been converted for Magnus. They've lost one of their players, of course. Quantum Rage from the backlines that we were talking about are going to be, of course, eliminating BABLU, and now with that momentum pushing on through, and of course the position that they're in, they have so much of area control, they have so much of advantage, because they are going to be up on top. With that, North Esports get eliminated as well. 11 teams in total do remain. Magnus Esports, they are going to have to be very, I mean, the rotation that they are going to have to make is going to be very critical right there, because up above, Quantum Rage has all of the information, and of course for Magnus Esports, this rotation is going to be critical as well, because after all, once they get into the zone, they want to be able to just get those points for themselves. And Quantum Rage, with the hill advantage working in their favor, will not allow Magnus to make that rotation easily, that's for sure.
Certainly, as they managed to take down one of the player of Team Star and helping the players of Magnus Esports in a way. But right now, H2E, Kian is the one who is getting a defeat point out there. Let's see, H2E, they are making their rotation from the western side, but they have to deal with the players of Team Cody as well. As Gravity takes a lot of damage out there, Tarzan is still bleeding. He needs the help of his teammate, and Usma, well, he's right in the front of Faster. Does Faster even know where exactly Usma is? And yes, he does know, but he was trying to shy away, trying to find a cover for himself. That is where Usma strikes in, takes Faster down. That means Magnus is also surviving as a two-man squad, but both these teams need to realize that Team Quantum Rage is waiting for them. They have the height advantage. They need to move inside the circle. They need to find a hard cover for themselves. But right now, Usma is trying to pick up a fight with the players of Magnus. He's going to lob a grenade in the direction of Knight, but Knight is going to survive that.
Well, as we move away from that fight towards T20 Quraysh players as they take on shots against the players of H2E, and the squad of H2E is dwindling down, are falling down. Jaydi, the only player who is surviving from the side of H2E, will he be able to retaliate right here against the push from Team Quraysh is what we're going to have to see, because again, you talk about the position that Team Quraysh are jumping in from. Well, they are yet to get into the comfort of the zone. TFT being the one who will eliminate 3x, thus left are only 7 teams in total, 9 defeat points converted for T20 Quraysh. It is definitely looking like they are getting closer and closer to getting this chicken dinner for themselves. But we need to be careful of TFT as well, because TFT have all 4 players still surviving. Quantum Rage have all 4 players surviving. The momentum is definitely working for Quantum Rage as well as, of course, TFT. But right now on our screens, of course, Gravity with the UMP is going to be able to eliminate the final player of H2E. As JD goes down, H2E will be moved, or rather removed, from this Miramar map.
In all the cures, Team Quantum Rage is taking down the players of TFD, and they managed to take down one player, but Sirius also gets traded down by Kane. Kane is one of the star players of Team TFD out there, but Senior, can he get his teammate back on his feet? Can he go for the rescue mission? That's the main question, as TFD is already on the low ground, and a beautiful grenade comes in from the side of Senior, takes down Cairo as well. And Rafe, this is the position you don't want to be, my friend, but Rafe right now, he's retaliating with a grenade on towards the side of Senior, and can he go for the rescue as well? That's the main question.
Well, for now, TFT have been pushed back. As we can see, 2 of the players were on our screens, Rafe and Cairo. Along with that, it seems like Cairo will be dropping down. It is not looking easy for TFT to convert this game for themselves. And their 4th player is on a different flank angle altogether as well. So TFT in a very precarious situation, and Team Quantum Rage, they have everything to dictate this fight. They've got the height advantage, they've got the information as to where the players are, and those perfect utilities are being played from the side of this team. But at the same point of time, it seems like from the backlines, third-party approach is what is being showcased against Quantum Rage, because Team Quraysh are going to be bringing in that nade parade against them, as Sirius does go down once again.
Well, Sirius hits the ground, but his teammates are out there, and Senior is having the cover of that little Dacia, but 2 players are rushing towards him. He manages to take down one, but he himself gets taken down, and Team Faulty Devil, they have 8 defeat points. They can easily revive their fallen comrade as well. But is there enough time? Because the other team is also closing in the distance, but Cairo is going to eliminate Quantum Rage out there, single-handedly getting 2 defeat points. But the team that was silent throughout this chaos finally chimes in and takes down TFD. That is going to be Reggie's side. Reggie's side finally making the noise and getting few good defeat points in their hands. They have the safety of the circle as well. Let's see what's going to happen, as 4 teams, 9 players still remaining.
Well, the Grounders, one final player, is of course trying to survive for as long as he possibly can. All the fights on the mountain are taking place. Regicide's Knock, of course, trying his level best to bring on that spray with the Scarel, but is not able to deliver the point that he needs. At the same point of time, at the front, at the mountain top, we do have, of course, T20 Quraysh looking very comfortable, as they've got the information, and Regicide's players, they are divided, they are scattered over this mountain. That could be an advantageous position, but that is only if Team Quraysh were ill-prepared. But they are prepared, they are ready. We can see Gravity with that nade has been able to dictate and dominate this flank angle push from Rayab. It's just not going to be allowed. R3G, they've got a lot to prove, but sadly, this is not looking like this could be their conversion, because T20 Quraysh, the position of them being on top of the mountain is giving them the perfect angle to take on the shots, and R3G's player, well, they do not have much they can answer with.
But they have the circle. They have the circle that is favoring them, and that's a big advantage in their hands right now, as Gravity is going to for a 1v1 close compact, and he's going to win with that UAV 45 as well. He is going to take down Baz, and Noki also falls down. That means Quraysh are looking very strong right now, and Reggie's side, despite having the zone advantage, because of the low ground, are not able to capitalize it for all in the position. Let's see, Magnus, can they chime in as well, as Gravity is going for the confirmation. And look at that, Quraysh with 15 defeat points already in their hands, looking very strong. And with that, Team Grounders also gets eliminated, courtesy to the players of Team Magnus Esports.
Indeed, and we do have Team Quoty's players, of course, up front. Khan are going to be trying his best to bring down the players of Magnus, but Magnus have been able to retaliate, and thus remaining, of course, going to be just a one-man army from the side of Quoty, and that's going to be Gravity. Now, Khan has already been dropped down. Magnus, they were so very patient in all of this fight, but as soon as the opportunity arose, they jumped up to the occasion, and now it seems like this 2v1 situation is going to be favoring Magnus, because now they are the king of the hill, and that position that was in favor of Team Quoty, they have given it away. They got a little too greedy and went down to take on the shots against R3G, and Gravity is the man who led this entire fight. Even though he was able to get those points for himself, sadly it seems like the game is going to be running away from him.
Certainly looks like, but Magnus 2 players, Gravity only 1 player. It's a 1v2 situation with Magnus having the position advantage. Even heal battle there is no chance, because Gravity is having only 2 first aid. His vest has taken a 100% damage. That means armor is not onto him. The only thing that is helping him is a little tree cover. And Magnus Esports, well, let's see what's gonna happen. Are they going to close in the distance? Because Gravity, he has a little bit of the circle also, 9 meters away. That is exactly the distance, that is he's away from the circle, but Magnus is retaliating. They are lobbing grenades in the direction of Gravity, but somehow Gravity is surviving.
Well, now he definitely is. I'm not entirely sure what the end game is in Gravity's mind. Of course, the game has already been lost. He's maybe just hoping for Magnus's players to push against his position, and that is exactly what Drawlin is going to be doing. Now, Drawlin from the upfront is going to try and get that point, and that is what Gravity was waiting for, and now Gravity will bring in that damage, and that in turn has resulted in, of course, this fight going in equal directions. It could definitely been his, but sadly, he does not have any utilities. All he has is, of course, his UMP, and that UMP is going to be not able to bring in the kind of damage that is needed, because after all, it is a 2-man army from Magnus's side, and Magnus will be delivering it in a punchy style as they get this chicken dinner against T20 Quoty's player Gravity. Now again, a very good fight is what Magnus showcased right there. Being patient, being resilient is what resulted in them walking away with this chicken dinner.
And I have to say, it's the 3rd time that I pick a team, then change the team, and the previous team gets a winner chicken dinner, making my current predictions 0. I picked Magnus first, then I switched to BABLU. I was praising how Magnus is dominating in the map of Miramar, getting double chicken dinners in week number 2, and then I was like, no, it's Team BABLU that is going to get it, and they get eliminated at 12th position. It's the 3rd time that it is happening with me.
That is true. That is true. It is just the fate of the PUBG gods right now that are not favoring you. With that, we're going to go a short little break, after which, of course, the overall storyboard needs to be discussed as to where and what sort of a jump have these teams made in the overall ranking. Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is the Pakistan region. Fall, of course, is where we're at, fall split, and in that, this is week number 2 where the games are done, but a very close contestation is being showcased on the battleground because of how close the teams are in terms of their points. Shadow.
Well, certainly Team Magnus is still on the top, and that last game is going to help them secure many more points for themselves and have that extra margin between the first spot and the second spot. But talking with the MVP, it is going to be Gravity from the side of Quoty with 11 eliminations. This is the highest of this week, right?
Yep, that is incredible from Gravity right there, which was much needed for Quoty as well. Now that this sort of a play is definitely going to be giving them a decent position in the overall ranking, but of course the team of Magnus were the one that walked away with the chicken dinner, and of course that will be showcased right here, as we do have Magnus's Drawlin in, of course, the players to focus. Along with that, TFD also had a really good game, this Miramar, where they did walk away, or rather they were not allowed to walk away with the chicken dinner, but they did get decent amount of elimination points.
Well, certainly they got decent elimination points. As long as you are getting points in your favor, be it any point, I think you are walking in the right direction. But talking about the match ranking this time, Quraysh Esports, they are on the top with total of 29 points, and Magnus Esports, they are on the second position with a winner chicken dinner with a total of 24 points.
Absolutely. Along with that, we do have TFD right there with 9 eliminations, ranking third with total 15 points converted for their side, as well as, of course, Quantum Rage, who had a pretty decent outing in this game. But at the same point of time, TUF, BABLU, these are teams that were just at the receiving end of this entire saga, which was just not theirs. At the other point, again, the teams that performed really well, we had, of course, these teams that we saw on the top, in the top 5, in fact, all of them had a decent outing because they walked away with quite a lot of points for themselves.
Well, I'm just happy, and at the start of the day, I was like, I have a gut feeling Team Quoti is going to perform today, and they definitely performed because we were kind of expecting that where is Quoti? We were expecting them to make a comeback with the IGL not being well. Well, if this is Team Quoti, I'm happy they are doing a comeback. But how many points they are grabbing, that's a question, because they are on the bottom half of the leaderboard. How many points they can propel themselves up in the overall ranking, well, that's still debatable.
That is something that we'll have to find out, of course. But again, when it comes to week 2, definitely a line has been drawn in terms of the aggressiveness that these teams have now become very accustomed to, and that is something that is really good. Now, at the same point of time, tomorrow these teams are going to get a 1-day break, so that in turn would maybe bring up the aggression and the aggressiveness from these teams on day 3 onwards. But as of now, looking very comfortable, pretty much all of these teams. But at the same point of time, we are going to have to find out who those top 12 teams will be that will participate in that Livik map, because that is the key for these teams to be working towards. They have to be in the top 12. With that, let's move on ahead and have a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments and the fights that took place in this game.
Well, Team Magnus was definitely all over the place. They were the way they were trying to make rotation from the eastern and northern side of the circle. They were winning majority of the fights. In fact, all of the fights where other teams were crumbling down. But yes, on the other side, Team Quoti was also dominating the lobby, having so many elimination points in their hands. But Team BABLU, the way they were making rotation, they were trying to move inside the circle when so many teams were surrounding that area on the eastern side. And Quantum Rage was also one of the team that was getting so many defeat points.
Absolutely, but then things kind of started changing. TFD were the ones who, of course, in this moment seemed like that would be the end of TFD, but that was not the case, as they were able to live for a few more minutes and, of course, take on those fights against Quantum Rage as well. But right now, we do have the team that walked away, and that was Magnus with a chicken dinner. Along with that, the damage graph that will showcase Quoti's domination this time around. 2,880 damage dished out with 17 finishes, 17 elimination points converted from them.
Well, certainly, and Quantum Rage, TFD, in fact, TFD Faulty Devils also having a good outing. This time they are dishing out 1500 plus damage and 9 elimination points to Faulty Devils and 9 elimination points to Quantum Rage as well. I have started thinking all we have to do to make these teams perform who are on the bottom of the leaderboard is start criticizing them. We talked about TFD, we talked about Grounders, and both these teams have started shining and they are doing a comeback. TFD also this time having good points in their hands. Well, it's looking good for all the teams, I'll say.
Indeed, it definitely is. With that, let's have a look at the overall ranking, the storyboard, as I like to call it, which will clearly dictate as to what team have been really phenomenal. We know Magnus has been phenomenal. There's no two ways about it. They've been able to accumulate 4 chicken dinners now in week 2. Of course, with the 8 games that they have played, 4 they have already accumulated chicken dinners. I mean, the Magnus lead that they're creating right here, it is bonkers. 133 total points. Following them is going to be Team BABLU right there with only 1 single chicken dinner, but 87 points. And then again, the points are still very close. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, as we do have BABLU, Quraysh Esports, as well as Quantum Rage right there. The points are so close. One good game and they could be skyrocketing themselves. TUF, though, they are stuck. They are stuck to where they are. But look at Team Quoti. 8 position jumps is what they made thanks to this game.
Well, certainly, 8 position jump, and the elimination points are also pretty high. All they are lacking are the placement points right now. Few good games in their favor. I think they can also propel themselves in the top 5 spot. But talking about Faulty Devils, also they have taken a 3 point jump also in the standings with total of 41 points. So all the teams have they do realize the importance of every single game, because last time it was just by 2 or 3 points that teams were not able to play the Leavik map, and they know you have to be consistent from the very get go of the week. So this time all the teams are understanding this. That's quite impressive to see.
Absolutely, and that is going to be very important and critical for these teams to, of course, start realizing it, and they are, and that's the reason why they're showcasing this sort of a perfect play from one game to the next. But again, only top 12 qualify for that Livik map, which will be played on, of course, day number 5. For now, we, of course, only have day 2. One of the 2 days are done, so of course we still have an opportunity for these teams to still make a comeback, still showcase their perfect plays on day 3 and day 4, because after all, well, we are still left with 3 more days before the end of this week. But along with that, as we move through from one start to the next, we do have the overall ranking, and this is where the lead that we were talking about was created from I8. The perfect lead that was created from them has resulted with them sitting at the first position, 420 points. But that lead is now slowly but surely being chased and rushed on upon from Magnus Esports' players as well.
But talking about the consistency, look at the placement points of Magnus Esports, 208 points. They are having the highest points in terms of placement. But on the other side, I8, they are dominating in terms of the elimination points. But Quraysh Esports, they have taken a 5-point jump in the overall ranking, as they are standing on the 6th position with total of 225 points.
Wow, that was again needed. That was definitely needed for T20 quality. At the same side, as we move towards the second page, now this is where a clear stark difference is being showcased. 3x sitting on the 11th position right there with 204 points, and then compare that to the 20th position team, that's going to be 52 Esports with 111 points. So a stark difference that is being created right here from the 11th to the 20th in terms of the difference in points as well. At the same point, let's also have a look at the chicken dinner team, right? We've got TnW right there with 1 chicken dinner sitting on the 18th position. We've got North Esports, the grounders, with 2 chicken dinners that they've been able to confirm, but sitting at the 14th and 15th position. So yeah, it is a very close contestation between these teams.
Certainly, grounders, they still have hope. They are sitting on the 14th position with total of 161 points. They have, okay, there is a margin of points, but the way they are performing, the way they are stepping up, I think they can still do it. But H2E is still under the thunder, because they also need to step up the game. But talking about the elimination leaders, well, it's all about I8.
It is all about I8. Blade right there with 65 eliminations converted, 12,623 damage dished out with the average survival of only 20 minutes and 45 seconds. Along with that, of course, his teammates are going to be joining in, along with Uzum and Ghost on the 3rd and 4th spot right there. And of course, in between, we have Finisher from Magnus. But moving on to the second page, we are going to look at what other team is going to be able to participate in the elimination leader. Well, it seems like the final player of I8 IQ is also going to be right here. Along with that, we do have TUF and Regicide, as well as Zabian from BABLU. So these are the main teams that have been able to get those perfect dominating plays, and of course get those eliminations for themselves.
Well, certainly good elimination points, good damage they have been dishing out, good gameplays are coming in from so many teams. I won't say there is a single team that is not performing, because we've seen quite a few good gameplays or certain moments from every single team. But talking about the daily winners, well, I8 started with a winner chicken dinner in the very first match, but it was Team Magnus who got 3 winner chicken dinner in day number 2, and Team Grounders also final chicken dinner in the map of Erangel.
Absolutely. What a good day this has been for Magnus Esports.
Yep.
Beautiful conversion with 3 chicken dinners in a single day. It is definitely looking like looking good for Magnus Esports. But again, that reign that they've been able to, of course, maintain today, I just hope they're able to do so on day 3 as well, because I8, they're still part of the lobby, and there's only a matter of time before I8 start bringing up their numbers back up again.
Well, I8 is still in the top. I won't say they have to do a comeback or anything because the comeback was seen yesterday itself after the first two
Right.
games. But yes, Magnus Esports, week 1 also, day number 2, they got 2 chicken dinner for themselves, and that time I8 also got 2 chicken dinners. But Magnus this time getting 3 in their favor. Well, this time also it's day number 2. They're having the highest points in this week,
True.
but still there are a few more days in the coming week. But yeah, last week also it was day number 2 when Magnus started dominating the lobby, getting more than I think 70 points, more than 70 or 75 something points in their favor total.
Well, again, this fight for the glory on that overall leaderboard will continue on forth. But again, viewers, keep in mind that only 16 teams will qualify for that grand final, and that is what the fight is on for. Along with that, of course, the Livik map that is played on day number 5 is also going to be a very important fight, because whichever top 12 teams are, they will participate in that Livik map, and once they start playing that Livik map, they automatically are creating points that will create a perfect cushion for themselves before they jump into the grand finals. So that is what the storyline for now has been in the Pakistan region. But yes, week 2, it is looking like a very big eye-opener from so many of these teams, where we've got TFD, we saw this time around team QWERTY, the Grounders walking away with a perfect chicken dinner. Perfect conversion is being showcased from their side, but let's see if this conversion will continue on forth day 3 onwards or not. With that, any final thoughts for closing of the day, Shadow?
Just take head-on fights with the players of I8 Esports, just like Metershot Sky did today, because it was fun to witness.
That is so true.
And
That is
Magnus
definitely
also.
so true. Of course, with that, of course, viewers, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be back again day after with day number 3, and all the games will continue on forth with all of these 20 teams. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.